Did someone just call me the MVP commentator? Well, thank you so much. I certainly appreciate it. Hello, welcome everybody. This is it, split number 1 of the Queso Cup Teams Edition. I'm Rich Slayton, and you're here for some great Clash Royale competitive action in what's going to be a phenomenal year-long event with a whole lot of things going on. Before we get into our matches for today, which are coming very, very soon, let's take a look at a few different things about how the Queso Cup Teams Edition is going to work. First of all, this is the beginning split of 2 splits plus a last chance qualifier and a grand final. You can see, starting out here in the spring with March and April, our first split, what we're doing right now. Then we move on to our second split this summer. Then a last chance qualifier in December, and our grand finals, which I believe is a 4-day event in December, all for a $65,000 prize pool distributed over the year with prizes for Split 1, Split 2, the LCQ, and for grand finals as well. So it's going to be a big, long year event for teams that you guys get to be a part of along with me. What are they doing here at the Queso Cup Teams Edition? Well, our format. As you can see, we get into phase number 1, what we already had for our first split. Well, that was our qualifier phase with 4 invited teams, 3 qualified teams, and 1 team from community votes. We are now in the league stage. It's a round robin. All matches are best of 3, with our 8 teams being whittled down to 6 who will make it into a single bracket best of 5 format when we get into that portion of it. Our matchups for today, and we are going to be seeing all 4 of these matchups on our kickoff day here for the Queso Cup Teams Edition. SKC up against the Hype Boys. Then we have also another SKC team. This one is PUIGINS, probably the favorite here overall from all the squads, going up against STG TIKIS. Then SK Gaming takes on Team Queso in a classic matchup for Clash Royale overall. And then Chivas Esports rounds things off against Tribe Gaming to finish off our day. So it is going to be a whole lot of fun from top to bottom, and you guys get to be here alongside with me. Now, how does this league work? It's best of 3 sets. The first 2 sets are King of the Hill. Each team puts up 3 players. The players go head-to-head, knocking out each other's the opposing players. And then if we go to a 3rd set, that's going to be duel mode 1v1 in-game duels. So that's our format for the day. King of the Hill, and if necessary, a 1v1 in-game duel mode battle. So it's going to be a blast of a format. We're going to see a ton of gameplay from all sorts of top-tier players from all across Clash Royale, and it's going to be pretty exciting. And we're going to be doing this all year. Split 1 now, Split 2 in the summertime, an LCQ, and in December, a major World Finals. Now, back to our teams and our matchups for today. Our first matchup on the day is going to be SKC CALALAS up against Hype Boys. Now, SKC, remember, there are actually 2 different CALALAS teams overall in this competition. Here we go, jumping into our first matchup. Let's do it. Ruben against Line. SKC's lineup: Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro. That's the full team. And then on the other side of things, Hype Boys. This is a great team out of South Korea with Coco, Stefan, Quinoa, who used to be known as Line. You can see him right there. And then Blizzard and Geralt. So a lot of long-time CRL experience from that lineup overall. Super duper fun. And yes, for those of you who are asking, Mugi and Mo are both in this, and they will be playing later today. We will get to that matchup when we get there. For now, SKC up against Hype Boys, and Ruben opening up with a Wallbreakers Mega Knight deck, looking like RG here for Quinoa, aka Line, to kick off our day. And of course, you can track the format on that right-hand side of the screen. You can see King of the Hill, and 1v1. First of 3 wins King of the Hill. First of 2 wins that 1v1 set. RG just gets, that was a defensive RG, and just gets shredded, but its job was to prevent that push from getting any worse than it already was. Still, this is trouble for Line. That bird's going to get on tower, does not have the elixir to stop it. Prince connects. Bandit's going to connect. GG, well played. Ruben takes game number 1. Very, very nicely done. Ruben just shutting things down here in our opening match and in our opening game of the day. And that's going to be a quick wipe. Squad wipe. Well, not full squad wipe, but full first game done. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replay action here, as I think I've got that all queued up. And here we go, taking a look at that first one. And you saw the Prince Mega Knight pulled into the Fisherman. That's 3 elixir down the drain, and he plays the defensive RG here, which, you know, I understand what he was trying to do, trying to get some tankage out there, but that's between the Fisherman and the Royal Giant. That's just 9 elixir completely thrown away into those troops. And of course, Ruben, a pro, long-time, top-tier player, recognizes the situation and just decides to go ahead and get right after it. So very, very nicely done. Ruben takes game number 1, and we are going to be going into our second game here in just a moment. This is King of the Hill, folks. So our next game is going to have Ruben getting ready to play up against. Let me take a look at the lineup here. Next up for where's the lineup here? Let's see. Hold on. I thought they had the lineup in here. I see the lineup for Queso as Ruben, Vitor, and Sub. I don't see the lineup for Hype Boys listed here, but we should have that next matchup. Pretty cool. Messed up the Fisherman, then nothing for the Prince and Bandit, says QWERTY. Yep, absolutely. Lineup, please. Can I show the lineup? I can read the lineups. I don't have a lineup graphic for you guys, but Geralt is going to be up next for Hype Boys. Geralt, of course, played for Talon Esports in Clash Royale League back in the old days. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Played for Talon Esports, also played for South Korea when they made their 3rd place push in No Tilt Worlds back in 2021. And Geralt's best position in our current ranked system is 446. Didn't quite break that high in Legacy Ladder. So here we go. Mother Witch now for Ruben. And the full SKC lineup, for those of you guys who are asking for it, full SKC lineup: Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro. That's your SKC lineup. And then on the other side of things, Hype Boys, we already saw line. Now we're seeing Geralt, Blizzard, Stefan, Z-Tefan, and Coco making up that team. Looking like Royal Hogs here for Ruben. And most likely Golem for Geralt, who's known as a Golem player. NATO pulls all that together. Can that Dragon survive? No, it can't. And man, this Hype Boys team just overcommitting in bridge fights. Now 2 games in a row. And Ruben looking like he is going to run through this squad very, very fast. This is kind of surprising. I have to admit, this is really surprising to see the level of mistakes being made by this squad right now. And Geralt pumps up. Not sure what that's going to accomplish at this stage. Lineups are in the description, by the way. Rhino Craft, great call. All the rosters and matchups are in the description for this live stream. You can go ahead and find all the information you need there, so you can follow along yourself. Flying Machine going to go down to the Baby Dragon at the bridge, but again, 45 seconds left. It would take a pretty big mistake on Ruben's part to lose this game at this point. Fisherman going to go for some separation here. Fisherman's going to get hurt a bit by that Lumberjack, but not enough to change things. E-Dragon trying to stop all of this. A very nice Golden Knight dash. Very nice Golden Knight dash, able to break through and get a lot of damage here. But that Giant Skeleton should be sufficient to block, and there you go. So solid opening here for SKC. Ruben with a chance now to open up the entire thing here with a King of the Hill sweep, which would be pretty cool to see that as a start for our competition. Let's go take a look at the moment. Once again, the struggles abound for this squad here. Take a look at our replay. And this is our opening exchange, right? We're only a minute in. You see the giant skeleton with the zappies behind. The flying machine goes to get on the Electro Dragon, and that NATO pulls it all together, but the baby dragon goes down. Electro Dragon's already in too much pain, and that's just a problem. That's just an absolute problem. So there you go. The woes continue in our opening set. Hype Boys needs to get the train back on schedule here in a moment, or they're going to find themselves down a set very, very fast. They are already down 2. Ruben taking advantage, and look, people kind of almost write off Ruben at this point. Unwarranted, in my opinion. But they kind of forget that Ruben was at one time the undisputed best player on the planet. Let's go ahead and take a look at game number 3. And Ruben certainly showing that he is a quality player here against this team right now. Coco now up for this one. And minor wall breakers for Coco. Arrows work on the right. Archers take care of business on the left-hand side. Minor damage. Little minor chip here for Coco to kick things off. Coco with an 85-72 personal best on Legacy Ladder. Best rank on current rankings, 36th. His best rank so far. So top 50 finish, no joke there. And really aggressive push here from Coco. Mega Knight up high, minor to work. Archers, will they take care of that Inferno Dragon fast enough? Not quite. So Ruben's going to have to spend a little bit more here. Goes Bomb Tower, and that's going to be sufficient. But now, minor to the back. What does Ruben have to pick up? Nothing. Has to eat probably that entire minor play. There you go. Has to eat an entire minor play, unfortunately. And this is, again, you see the aggression, snowball plus arrows. Even on Elixir, if you count the 4 for the bird on the board. But as you can see, Coco going to take advantage of that and turn it into a even better Elixir advantage. So this will leave Coco with a clean 1 on Elixir. He's going to go ahead and ignore that bird here. Final 10 seconds of regulation. And while the set score so far is 2-0 for SKC, Hype Boys with a chance to make this set a little bit more competitive as Ruben sets up Giant Skeleton in the back. The Inferno Dragon's kind of annoying for, and there you go, nice little reset. Kind of annoying for Ruben to deal with. You see that he has to overspend to deal with it, right? Has to spend more than Coco to get that taken care of. And for those of you asking for the lineups, they are in the stream description on YouTube. And it's Loon for Ruben. He does not get the Inferno Dragon turned around there. Snowball trying to make room for a Loon connection. We're seeing more Balloon pop up lately than we have in a long time. I don't know if it's justified or not. But of course, Ruben, one of his go-tos for a long time is the Balloon. Does he get the connection here? No. Ruben going for the minor on tower rather than for the minor on the E-Wiz, and that E-Wiz seemed fairly predictable. I think that would have been a Ruben connection with the Loon had he played there. The archers go the wrong direction. Arrows, snowball, do not get the other wall breaker, and that minor ends up doing nothing. So it looks like Coco's got this one pretty well sorted out. And we're not going to see much more out of him in this set. But you come out, you get 1, you've done your job. You get 2, you've gone above and beyond. And good variance there from Coco. The minor does get... Ruben's not giving up here. Credit to where credit's due. Ruben is fighting for this win right now. In a situation where he's probably not going to get it, Ruben trying to go all gas, no brakes. And there you go. Arrows do get around. And there you have it. For those of you who are asking what teams are playing today, here you go, taking a look at the overall team matchups. We are in match number 1, SK CALALAS against Hype Boys. Coming up after that one, the one everyone wants to see, the super team of PUIGINS. Yes, Mohamed Light, Lucas, Griko, and Mugi takes on TIKIS. Then a kind of a throwback matchup between two storied Clash Royale programs and SK Gaming and Team Queso. And then rounding things out, a battle of North American squads, Chivas Esports against Tribe Gaming. Will be a whole lot of fun. So that is our lineup for the day. Of course, we are still in match number 1, set number 1, current score 2-1 for SKC, and Coco will stay on the board. Next up on the side of SKC will be Vitor. So it will be Coco versus Vitor for our next one. And let's see, taking a look at some of these. Where is Surgical Goblin? I believe he's on one of the teams. Yeah, Surgical Goblin's on Team Queso. We will see him later. We want to see SK Gaming and Team Queso. Well, don't you worry, you will. Right now, let's go ahead and go into Coco versus Vitor for our game number 3. And little King Tower activation there. Coco goes for a prediction with the snowball, but nothing there. Vitor, minor opposite side, does get the connection. Mini P.E.K.K.A doesn't quite pick up, but does do cleanup duty. So Vitor looking like some minor control here. And the overwhelm play from Coco, going Mega Knight. And the Mini P.E.K.K.A gets body blocked by its own Mega Knight, which might have just saved that entire push for Vitor. That could have gone really, really poorly very quickly, given how low on Elixir Vitor was and what was on the board for his opponent. Thomas Rice asking, are you a fan of Texas Longhorns? Yes, I live in Austin. My dad went to Texas. My wife's whole family went to Texas. And I will be watching the Texas Xavier game tonight in the Sweet 16. So a little reset here. Vitor's minor poison control, able to control that first counter push. And a really nice Ice Spirit to just slow things down up top. Snowball will not create the connection. And now Vitor goes to the back. And the bird almost gets on tower. Doesn't quite. Little explosion. Does make things close to even. Vitor with damage in both lanes. Coco with the advantage in that left-hand lane. And assuming he's playing Lightning here, going to make this very difficult for Vitor late. He has not created much of an advantage here early on. And the deeper this goes, the more Coco's going to be able to overwhelm and then play Lightnings. Nice little separation play, and there's the Lightning on the bird. Nice little separation play by Vitor. But that Mega Knight's going to leave the Golden Knight not quite there in time. Little miscalculation from Vitor. Minor goes to the back to try to create some distance here. You see just the waiting, the patience there from Vitor. Can he get the connection with the Golden Knight? And he does. Doesn't really give him much, though. 14.95 to 24.32. Coco firmly in control and not sure if there's a way back for Vitor. So if things hold as they do, we'll go to a game number 5 in our first King of the Hill set, which would be absolutely fascinating. What looked like it might have been a clean sweep for SKC, courtesy of Ruben, is now looking like we're going to go all the way to the very end. And kind of ignoring this miner right now is Coco. But Vitor doing a good job in the bridge fight. But look how far behind he is. There's a ghost and a queen on the board, and Coco still has more elixir than Vitor. So Coco is able to really pour it on right now. And Vitor has to play into this lane. That lightning just brutalized it. That's got to be it. Back to a bomb tower, but is this just delaying the inevitable here? And you see the pressure being put on. Good pickup by the miner. Vitor's playing his heart out right now. He is doing everything he can possibly think of to stay in this one. And again, same thing that we saw from Ruben before. I really like that even in the situation where it seems like it's over, these guys are not giving up at all. The opposite lane pressure just not going to do it here. And that bird not getting on tower is just a problem. Just an absolute problem. And here you go. Coco, deep in enemy territory, gets the Ram Rider connection. And now we have 22 seconds left, and I just don't see a way. So here we go, folks. Our first matchup. Our first set of our first match is going to go all the way to our fifth and final game. What a great way to kick off this competition. What a great way to make things happen in our opening. So much fun. And I'm glad that y'all are here for it with me. I think the music, let me turn this music down a little bit. It's a little bit loud here. Let's go take a look at the chat. So here we go. We're getting ready for our fifth and final game here. And this one is going to be Sub versus Coco. So there we go. Sub versus Coco. And this is the Coco Cup with a possible reverse sweep. So let me hear your votes in the chat right now. Do you think it's going to be Sub or Coco taking this first set? Will it be SKC or will it be Hype Boys? So let's get a SKC if you think Sub's going to win it for SKC, and just throw some hypes in the chat if you think Hype Boys and Coco with the reverse sweep. And I'm excited. I'm actually kind of pumped here. Coco's doing a great job on the matchup side right now. I see a few different people saying, let's see, on the Twitch side, we see Sub as an underrated player. I see Sub takes the W from I Am Not Groot. I see one for Hype Boys. And no more waiting. Let's just go ahead and jump right into the action. Sub versus Coco. And I see someone saying 98K sub goal for today. Yeah, that would be great. If we get up to 98,000. That seems very doable. We're so close. Zappies for Coco, maybe thinking that Sub's going to go in a lightning-esque direction. So pretty cloggy deck here, and this is a great matchup. This is a great matchup for Sub when you see, hey, the flying machine's going to be hard. I mean, it's a great matchup for Coco, I mean. The flying machine's going to be really hard for Sub to deal with, assuming that he's not running Fireball, because I don't think he is. And then the Fisherman having to deal with all those recruits. This could be a reverse sweep for Sub to start for Coco to start things off here. Pigs in, and it is Fireball. But you see the Fireball being used here for the Royal Hog. So now Coco's going to have some ways to make Sub make choices. Right? So if I'm Coco, I'm abusing Flying Machine and trying to goad him into using the Fireball and Flying Machine and then dropping Pigs. Mother Witch to the right-hand side. And the zappies, too, for the monk. Keep that in mind. The zappies for the monk, because it's a beam and not a projectile, monk doesn't reflect. So Fisherman has just got too much stuff to focus on. The monk is going to get ruined by zappies. The fireball has too many targets. Now, the question here is, did Coco overcommit? Because that's been the story of the day so far, is Hype Boys overcommitting. And right now, that's a lot of Royal Giant damage. That's a lot of Royal Giant damage. Just like that, Sub gets back into it. So the problem that plagued Line and Geralt to open this up now comes back and rears its ugly head for Coco as he grossly overcommits. And suddenly, this is going to be a save. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sub comes through huge and clutches up on Coco's overcommit. And the RG just shreds the tower. Absolutely wild. Not the result that I expected there at the end. But that's Clash Royale for you, folks. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay. And you see just the... I started the replay a little bit late, unfortunately. But you see how little elixir there is when that Goblin Cage comes down. And how much is on the board for Sub. And then the Fisherman able to pull some stuff apart. And there you go. And there you go. So that's looked like it was going to be an absolute crumble for SKC. Instead, they are able to go ahead and clutch it up. Sub coming through big here at the end. So give that guy some love. Sub doing it. Sub doing it real nicely to kick things off. Alfie saying, I said it. Sub is good. Very cool. Coco put up a valiant effort, sure. Devlop saying overcommitting is an understatement. Yep, I feel you on that one. Yeah, I think everyone... like Pineapple saying Sub has the matchup. He has Phoenix for Flying Machine and Ghost for Splash. Fisherman does a lot of work and the Fireball just counters Piggies. Interesting. You know, that's the fun part about discussing matchups is everyone can have a different opinion on it. I don't know what that means. I am not going to even say what that is. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if we can get the lineups for our next set. So we are going to King of the Hill again. So it will be King of the Hill and then King of the Hill. Let's see. Let me go ahead and see if I can figure out where they're submitting the lineups. 1 second, folks. I'm trying to figure out where they're putting the lineups in Discord. 1 second. Let's see. Let's go talk to chat here for a minute. Hello, Rich. Greetings from Indonesia. Greetings to you as well. And yes, Corona with the big point here. I saw a lot of people asking about Ian and Riley are not in this tournament. So you can ask about it all you want, but not going to happen. Texas going to be Xavier tonight? Yeah, you're darn right. Hook 'em. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. That was some great matchups. Sure. All right, here we go. Our King of the Hill lineups for our next set. For SKC, it will be Pedro, Vitor, and Sub. And then for Hype Boys, Coco, Line, and Geralt. So Hype Boys rolling out the same lineup, just in a different order here for set number 2. Whereas SKC switching things up, taking Ruben out and putting in Pedro to open things up. So very, very cool. You can see Pedro in the mix. Pedro coming off of a top 3 finish at the CRL warm-up tournament very recently. Kind of had some interesting ups and downs, and had especially a rough go in the group stage of CRL first monthly qualifier, but definitely a player to keep an eye on for this season. So for this year overall here and throughout. So keep an eye on Pedro. Definitely a chance to be Rookie of the Year this time around. James McFadden saying, who's the kid in the Queso Cup logo? Baby Slayton 2? Nope, Baby Slayton 2 is 6 weeks old now, though, which is pretty cool. How does King of the Hill work? Great question, 8 Tropical. In King of the Hill, each team puts out 3 players. The first 2 players go head-to-head. one of them loses, the player who wins stays on and tries to eliminate all 3 players from the other team. But of course, if this player then wins, this player's out, and there we go. So each team puts up 3 players. Each player has 1 life. Once you lose, you're out. Your goal is to eliminate the other 3 players from the other team. That's how King of the Hill works in this format. Of course, there is the Royale Masters King of the Hill, which is coming up next Wednesday. A totally different type of tournament. All right, let's go ahead. Second set kicking things off. Coco versus Pedro. Here we go. And by the way, we are on both Twitch and YouTube, for those of you who are curious. So wherever you prefer to watch, happy to have you there. You know, talking about Coco, competitive career starting at the end of 2020 with some action in the Royale King tournament. And he's had some success in the Star Championship, a regional competition. But this is a different stage for him, for sure. Nice Magic Archer from Coco, and the EWIZ to get in the mix and distracts that Magic Archer back the other way. This Magic Archer from Pedro has been on the board for quite a long time, but not much to show for it. In the end, it's Pedro with the elixir advantage. Coco gets the first bit of chip. And Smurf Blade with a pretty good point here. Interesting deck from Coco. Could be Drill Bridgeman, but the Mother Witch is weird. Yes, it is. It is Drill from Pedro, though. And first bit of chip in for Pedro now gives him the ever so slight lead. What an interesting choice of Tornado. Was that a misclick? Or was that intentional? Big hit from the Ghost here. Oh yeah, and that is not Pedro's picture. That is Sub's picture, I believe. Magic Archer gets some good lineup for Coco. Gotta be a little frustrated with how that last game went. Look for Pedro and Coco both to try to do a lot of that Drill Magic Archer lineup, right? So you play Drill, tile out, you play Magic Archer, tile in. And that's going to be no connection there. There we go. The EWIZ actually helping get that connection there for the Magic Archer. As Coco's starting to pull ahead by about 1,100 HP as we go into sudden death overtime. And that's going to get some okay Goblin damage. The pig's actually massive there in the protection. And that Golden Knight almost, if that Golden Knight had gone to the Mother Witch, it would have been absolutely crazy. That Golden Knight almost did an insane level dash. Here we go. 75 seconds left. Triple Elixir almost on its way. Coco will get around faster, but Pedro's Giant Skeleton has to be respected in this situation. And that NATO, again, Pedro not getting the Golden Knight connections to tower. And that's going to, I think those are going to hurt him here. It feels like momentum is shifting towards Pedro. But he's just not capitalizing. and does not dash yet. Holds off on the Golden Knight dash. Ghost working on defense for Pedro. The Golden Knight opposite direction. Magic Archer not going to get the lineup. One pig does touch 8:30 to 10:82, 24 seconds left. Time ticking away for Pedro. Coco trying to put the pressure the opposite direction. The Golden Knight for Pedro goes to help on defense. I don't know if that's going to be good for him here. Golden Knight, Coco is just going to defend the heck out of this one. The Golden Knight for Pedro goes down, and that should be the death knell. Oh my gosh! Oh, so close! The work on the opposite side for Coco as an insurance policy, but man, Pedro nearly able to steal that one away with some last-minute heroics. Didn't quite make it happen. But you know what? For those of you talking about the March Madness tournament for college basketball in the U.S., well, I would say that this event's kind of like that in some ways. Clash Royale tournaments can really be almost like a March Madness event with how crazy they can get. And here we go, taking a look at the replay. The cannon cart on the right-hand side, working for some insurance here, and this Golden Knight just doesn't survive. It's the high cannon helps out. This drill NATO play just needed one more, a little bit more from the Goblins, and that would have been a different story. Instead, GG, well played. Game number 1 of our second set going to Coco and Hype Boys. Again, reminder for everybody, if you're watching on YouTube, the full rosters and lineup for today is in the description below. But, of course, here is our list of matchups. We are currently in match number 1. PUIGINS TIKIS coming up after this. Queso SK, Chivas Tribe. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 of this set. So drill for Vitor here. And Smurf Blade with the good point. Wow, another drill versus drill. Inferno Tower might be helpful here against the Mighty Miner, but it's a lot for dealing with just a 4 elixir mini tick. Nice connection for the Musketeer. That's a lot of damage, 2348. And Vitor takes the lead back after giving up damage on the top right-hand side, 24-45. The chip damage there a little bit more. Now, folks, as we take a little soft moment here, this is day 1 of 7 days of this group stage. We are back again tomorrow and the day after for the first 3 days, and then here Thursday, Friday, Saturday next week for more of the Queso Cup. 7 days of action here in this round-robin stage. Nice prediction log there, and a double connection, or maybe a single connection, but a nice prediction log there from Coco on the Ice Spirit. That's a risky prediction to throw that 2 elixir down, but ends up paying off and gives Coco the lead back 1970 to 2265. Does Coco throw log on? No, that's actually, you know, I've played so much drill, I feel like I've never actually seen that. Using the fireball plus drill to pop the Musketeer. That's a really, you know, Musketeer's just not super popular during the time that drill's been popular. But that's a great piece of technique. Musketeer cycled behind King Tower, fireball plus the drill to kill Musketeer. Very, very nicely played. The log there from Coco's playing some heads-up Clash Royale right now. The log prediction on the right-hand side, the timing there defensively. I don't even know if Coco's going to win this one, but I really love what I'm seeing from with his gameplay right now. needs to work on that Mighty Miner and gets there a little late. That's a lot of damage. Those guards were just there a little bit too late, and that Mighty Miner ramps up so quickly. You kind of forget how fast it goes sometimes and can get caught a little flat-footed here. Drill goes right into the bomb tower. Wall breakers try to break the bomb. Musketeer being worked on the left-hand side by the Valkyrie. Vitor in the lead right now by about 800 HP. The fireball just a half step early for Vitor, but he does continue to put the pressure on that left-hand lane. These wall breakers might be a problem here, but a nice log from Vitor cleans it up. But look at that. Goblin stabs 804 to 842. Coco takes the lead with a minute left. Here we are, triple elixir. High Inferno Tower. Musketeer going to go to work on the Inferno Tower. Valk trying to stop this drill push and gets rid of most of the damage there. 610 remaining on Coco's left-hand side. Fireball, hoping maybe the Goblins can sneak on through for 2 stabs. And they get the all-important stabs for Coco. 477 to 610, now 585. Wall breakers on the right-hand side. Goblins take care of those. Log stops that push, but Fireball, 378 to 477, 32 seconds left. Some stabs from the Goblins on the bottom right-hand side. Drill Wallbreaker's push on the right-hand lane. Log plus Ice Spirit does it. Fireball prediction gets some good damage here, 125 to 233. Fireball in. Vitor needs to get his drill or his log down in time. Drill, 1 HP. Log does it. Log does it. Vitor could have lost that by 1 HP with that drill pop. Instead, able to hold on. Holy moly, folks. What a crazy ending that was. Let me go ahead and queue up the replay for you. But that's the kind of ending that you want to see in a match like that. Let's go. Woo! So here you go. Check this out. Fireball in on the left-hand side. It's Vitor with the lead with these 35 seconds left. And this push on the right-hand side with the Fireball prediction looked like it had it sewn up for Coco. One just has to get back to another Fireball. The Fireball and then the drill. So look at this drill pop here. The drill gets it to 1 HP, and those Goblins just can't quite get out of the drill in time. And Vitor takes the win. Let's go. What a wild one. Vitor versus Line coming up next. I don't know about you guys. I'm having fun. I'm having a blast right now. And let's see, what is the format? Great question. Adarsh asking, what is the format? The format here is King of the Hill set number 1, King of the Hill set number 2, and if we go to set number 3, then it's a 1v1 in-game duel mode battle. So there we go. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3 of this set, Vitor versus Line. So look, it's going to be a big MK Wallbreakers deck. A little miscalculation from Vitor there to let that Musketeer connect, and that was because the Prince kind of went back and got all goofy. Archers will get killed, but the Prince, not a problem here. Look at that. Muskie's distracted on, Prince distracted on one side, Muskie on the other, and Vitor now opens up a big lead. This is an official tournament, folks. This is the Queso Cup Teams Edition. This is not Clash Royale League. This is one of the many community events you'll see throughout the year. $65,000 for this event over the course of this year. I'll show you guys a little more about that during the break, during our next break here. And that's a lot of bird damage that Quinoa opted to take there. A little surprised, and maybe it's just he didn't have anything that was of the right elixir that he wanted to spend to deal with. Vitor with the Elixir lead, happy to just go ahead and spend some arrows and get a little more chip out of that one. Guessing no Mega Knight for Vitor after seeing the response to the Hog there. And these miners from Vitor are just nasty. This is going to be nice for the for Coco, though. A nice triple reflection for the Monk. Gets the archers off the board, but is the damage already done here? Vitor doesn't have phenomenal hog counters from the look of it so far. But is he too far ahead for line to get things back? And it is he does have the Mega Knight. I assume, you assume that it's Mega Knight Prince, but seeing him go Prince to counter the Hog rather than the Mega Knight made it seem like maybe that wasn't the case. Said, turns out it is. And look at the Wall Breaker connect. That miner doing its work. And Line just letting that one go. Letting that one go. GG, well played. So there you have that one, folks. Let me go ahead and fix that. Wait, did we get to... Oh, are we almost to 98,000? I see people saying 98,000 in the chat a whole bunch. Let's take a look. Geralt coming in next for Hype Team. Ooh, we're at 97,950? Whoa, let's go. 8 Chocolate, are you in the cup? No, I'm casting. I don't compete. No, I can't compete with these guys. Are you kidding me? Guys, we are almost to 98,000 subs. That's very exciting. Hope we can go there and beyond. We're getting really close to 100K. Let's see. Here we go. Geralt versus Vitor. Match point here for SKC. Is Mo playing? Yes, in one of our later matches today. And a quick note here on the overall format. This is the format for this stage for split number 1. We have a 7-day round robin for these 8 teams. And the top 6 will move on to our playoff bracket in April. More on all that as we get into, when we come back. And anybody who wants to know about the lineups, it's in the description for this live stream. Go ahead, check it out. So Vitor going with, my guess is he's going to have arrows, or archers too. This is, oh, goes Muskie instead. Immediately fools me. Is he playing Mortar? And he is. And you saw Geralt going for the King Tower activation there. You can activate against that Mortar play. Didn't quite get it, though. Just off with the timing of those goblins. And it is minor. You know, with the Musketeer, you expect to go minor. Typically, this runs archers. Oh. Nice control there. Typically, this runs archers and poison. But when you see the Musketeer, probably not going to the Hog EQ variation of this deck. But Mighty Miner, Goblins, Ice Spirit, Log, Mortar, and usually archers make up most of the best decks in the game right now. Still, defenses shouldn't be too difficult. And this was a great... It's really good he's not running the Hog EQ version. The Hog EQ version struggles in this matchup minor for Geralt. What in the world? What in the world? What in the world? That miner is fascinating. Keeps the Muskie alive, Mortar connects. From my understanding of this matchup, this deck is a nice matchup for Vitor because it's so hard for the E-Giant to break through the Mortar log and DPS play. And then the Poison Miner allows Vitor to get to troops in the backfield. Not running Bomber for Geralt is interesting. And trying to get the Skeletons and Tombstone out of the way for a connection is Vitor. Back to another Musketeer. Notice there's no lightning. There's no real way to clear off Musketeers other than NATOing them in. He can miner, actually. Could miner arrows for Geralt. And just trying to tank there. And just trying to tank with that. Oh, what a Golden Knight connection. Musketeer very low. That was just a tank attempt with the Mighty Miner. And now Vitor Mortar's high. The Miner and then the Musketeer, those two little changes make this very interesting. Because the Musketeer just doesn't quite have the absolute chug of defensive output that the Archers do right now. And then on top of that, the opposing Miner to deal with Musketeers is interesting. But right now, with under a minute to play, it's just lots of pressure. Vitor trying to give no opportunity for an E-Giant play. E-Giant does come out high. And the Poison goes on. Poison's trying to make the Mortar connect here. And the Mortar should get one. Did the Miner pick up? I don't believe that it did. And the Mortar does get one. That is a critical shot for Vitor. Golden Knight trying to go for a big dash, does not get to tower, and the Goblins don't pick up the Miner. Here we go, 24 seconds left. Miner to the back, arrows to clear. And the lead just ever so slightly for Vitor. Where does his Miner go? He pre-poisons. Tries to get these Goblins off. Miner needs a couple more shots here. No Miner catch for Vitor. He's also wary of that Golden Knight. Golden Knight, no connection. Doesn't matter. Poison not there in time. And Geralt takes the win over Vitor. And we are once again going to go to a third and final set. Once again. So there you have it. We are going to a game number 3. It looked like we were just going to run through these first couple of sets. Instead, doesn't happen. Thomas Rice saying Juicy J uses that deck. It's actually meta. Juicy J uses that E-Giant Miner deck. Fascinating. SKC lineup. Haroon, that is in the description below. You can see all the lineups in the description below. They're available for you in the YouTube description. Let's as I was going to say before, let's go take a look at some more information about the about this tournament. So we talked about the format earlier. This is a full year-long event for $65,000. Split 1 is going to be March and April. That's the split we're in right now. Then in our second split, July and August, so a summer split, there will be a last chance qualifier and then a massive finals event in December. So this is a year-long Queso Cup Teams Edition with some open qualifier opportunities, some invited teams. It's $65K throughout the year. And as I was showing before, in this specific split, $15,000 on the line. The winner of split 1 will get $7,500 for that team. So that's going to be pretty fun. Again, talking about our lineup, our matchups for the day. We are potentially in the final game of this matchup, but we'll see. Can Sub win this again? Can he clutch up again? Or will Hype Boys send us to a third and final game? Here we go. Or to a fifth and final game. A third and final set. You know what I mean. And I see a lot of you saying 98K. Hey, let's go. 98,000. Next up, 99, and then it's the big one. So, Tesla for Geralt. Geralt has been a little surprising with some of these choices today. And looks like Sub's probably running Hog. Geralt running 3.0 into a cannon cart deck, into a mortar cannon cart deck. Geralt running 3.0, which is already crazy, by the way. Already crazy. Like, who does that right now? Unless you're a YouTuber. And now he's into an EQ cannon cart mortar deck. Should be Fireball for those. Unless he's playing Rocket. I honestly don't understand what I'm seeing. I do not understand what I'm seeing. See you calling this a snipe. I don't think this is a snipe. Who would have expected... I mean, does Geralt play a ton of Expo? Who would have expected Geralt to go Expo? And anybody who's saying that Expo is meta, I don't say this often, you're flat out wrong. Expo is not as bad as it has been because of the recent buff to archers, but overall, Expo is not meta. That's crazy. It's crazy to be picking Expo right now. Expo's competitive record is already suspect, even back when Expo was good. Expo was performed horrifically in competitive matchups. Picking it here, I don't see the logic. And yes, Expo might make it into... There might be some guys who can play Expo into ladder, but Expo is not... Expo ain't it. It's just not it. Think of what's popular in this game right now, and it's just it's a shocking choice. So I cannot imagine an Expo connection happening. We'll see if Sub makes an egregious error. And apparently, Geralt's been playing a bunch of Expo on ladder. I just can't believe he's making the choice to play it here. Archer's down a half step early. And yeah, I mean, think of how popular arrows are. I mean, I guess Geralt's been playing Expo on ladder, on ranked, but also, let me go take a look at Geralt's last couple of ranked seasons. I mean, I don't know if he's playing it for his final pushes. Able to make top 1,000, right? If you're a world-class Expo player, you can make top 1,000 with it. But yeah, he hasn't played at top ladder. He's pushed it to 446 in January and 760 in February. Cannon cart, easy pick. And really, really nice use of the Mighty Miner ability. This is I don't often say something's a 100-0 matchup. This is a 100-0. GG, well played. And that's it. So a really, I don't know if there's an analyst working with Hype Squad or with Hype Boys, but definitely not the deck choice I would have made. I honestly, okay, this is here's how rough that matchup is. There are very few times that I'm like, oh, I'd win that. I think you could hand the deck that Sub had to almost anybody who like regularly watches competitive Clash Royale, and they would win that matchup against Expo. That was just brutal. That was about as brutal as it gets. So there you have it. Match number one. Match number one going to SK CALALAS. So congratulations to those guys. Winning it the hard way in 2 sets. Man, almost had that King of the Hill sweep to start things off. And then, man, the second set back and forth. I think Hype Boys clearly have some ability to compete in this tournament. They really need to take some time and think about their deck picks and analysis. Because the first set, they lost a lot of games off of the first set. Pretty much all 3 games that Hype Boys lost in the first set were losses by overcommitting, especially the first 2. They overcommitted and just got blown out. And then just some strange deck choices. Just some really strange deck choices. So there you have it. That's it for that one. Let's take a look again at our matchups for the day. SKC getting the dub here in our first one. I believe that next up is going to be PUIGINS versus TIKIS. I believe that's our next one. PUIGINS, our other SKC team, Mohamed Light, Lucas, Mugi, and Griko. That's crazy. And we'll have, again, this match is coming up in a couple minutes. We're doing all 4 of these matches today. On our other team, where is TIKIS? Oh, there we go. TIKIS. Oh, not TIKIS. TIKIS, like a tiki mask. Got it. This team is called Strangers, not TIKIS. Strangers. And this is EGW, Cerdillo, Eric, Nini, and Adrian Piedra. With a massive staff of 5 people. So we'll see. I guess they're trying to bring all the staff they can to try to go ahead and figure out how to take down this other team. Let's see. Someone said, yo, Juicy here. Is he? Is Juicy in the chat? I didn't see him. But maybe he is, and I missed it. Either way, what an opening match. Let's see. People saying the Archers and Knight buffs brought 3.0 back. I just don't agree. Strangers, TIKIS. That's who our first team is, or who our next team is going to be. Let's see. Yeah, I might have gotten a little harsh there, but I mean, come on. If I can see it's a bad pick. Let's see. Smurf Blade saying, the way I see it, I think the only way you can use Expo competitive is if you've both one-tricked it for a while and you're confident that you're just better than the other player in general. Like in a if you're talking about in a mirror match or something. When is the next match? Here in just a couple of moments. They're loading. They're getting the teams loaded in right now, and we'll have our next matchup in just a few minutes. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the big moments from our previous match. And this was the big clutch up by Vitor, right? The one that was nearly a 1 XP loss. That instead he's able to hold on and get the win from it. This one was a fascinating one from him. And you see that was the big fireball in. Then the drill comes, and you're like, oh boy, 1 HP, but the log does it just in time, and then he's all good. Earlier on, it was Pedro versus Coco. And again, a lot of these close wins, all these close exchanges end up, and that's kind of what this game is like, right? Close exchanges going one way, and that ends up giving you a winner. But this one was one of the ones that Coco won. Coco definitely MVP for his team today, and nearly the MVP overall. But that one almost bounced the other way. And again, it's Coco the highlight reel. This was Coco against Sub. This was the third and final game from our opening set. And you see just Coco, little overcommitment. And that fireball comes in. And at that point, Coco just a little out of sorts, out of rhythm. GG, well played. So that was kind of the story in reverse of our opening match on the day. Let's take a look at, first of all, let me just double check this real quick. And yes, we are at 98,053. Hey, everybody, thank you so much. Yeah, the growth in this channel has been crazy, and this is going to be the biggest year for this channel by far. We're doing way more Clash Royale esports. Today is the first I'm streaming Clash Royale on this channel 9 of the next 10 days, and the one day I'm not on this channel, I'm still doing Clash Royale. I'm doing the Royale Masters competition, but that's going to be on their channel. So today, tomorrow, and Sunday, the Queso Cup Teams Edition. Monday, Tuesday, we kick things off with GKR. That'll be starting off here on this channel as well, and that'll be a little earlier in the day. Then on Wednesday of next week, it's Royale Masters. Then on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of next week, back to the remainder of this league play for the Queso Cup split number 1. So I'm streaming Clash Royale the next 10 days in a row, 9 of it right here on this channel. So I hope you're here for all of it. Let's go ahead and jump into our first game for Lucas and Eric. PUIGINS versus Strangers. And no surprises here. Lucas coming out with Minor. I mean, no, never mind. Eric comes out with Minor. Lucas maybe going E-Giant here, which is certainly an interesting choice. And aggressive high with the E-Giant. So far, it's Eric with the initial lead. Lucas falling a bit behind as they let their elixir pile up here. Eric, 82.04 personal best on Legacy Ladder, and currently 27th ranked in CRL with 45 points. So keep that in mind. Eric did make it to the group stage and earned $500 for our first season of CRL. So definitely someone to keep an eye on at the moment. Eric's best ranked finish so far, 177th. That's a lot of damage there. It's going to be very difficult for Lucas to break through in this matchup. Lucas is going to have to try to get this win primarily by Golden Knight connections. It's going to be very difficult for him to actually get an E-Giant on tower at any point. King Tower activation finally for Lucas, which is pretty big. But Eric's doing all the right stuff here right now. Has established a pretty decent lead. And Eric's recognized that Lucas doesn't have any really great way to deal with bomb towers. The lightning, but there's no range troop to take that bomb tower off at the bridge. Easy King Tower activation there for Eric as we go into sudden death overtime. The lead for the Strangers player, Eric, significant. And Lucas is trying to figure out the math here. And notice Eric's placement, keeping the bird really far away from that bomb tower. He knows that that's where he loses this, is if he gives that 6 elixir value of the lightning on both the Phoenix and the bomb tower. Now he plays Phoenix late as the bomb tower is going down. Oh, the E-Giant on roller skates, courtesy of the Golden Knight. NATO almost pulls it back, and that's the best push we've seen in this match so far out of Lucas. That trick really, I don't know if that trick's going to work again. That was a fascinating attempt there by Lucas to sneak that E-Giant on through, and that was the other half of the difficulty of what Eric was doing. Now these are all lined up for the Lightning. but he goes to the, instead of lightning getting on the bird on the right-hand side, Lucas decides to get more damage on the left where he is currently in contention. Miner in, 30 seconds left, Miner plus poison. E-Giant just trying to kite troops away from that that left-hand lane right now. And this E-Giant is gonna force Eric to do something over there. Golden Knight plus Bomber. That Golden Knight's gonna get nothing on tower, and this should be a pretty simple win for Eric in game number 1. GG, well played. And Strangers, first on the board here. Not what people saw coming, but it is what happened. So well done for Strangers, drawing first blood. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the action there. And this was just nicely split. Look at the way Eric split all this up, right? Bomb tower way to one side, the Phoenix way to the other. Just try not to give any lightning value. And then he cycles back to another Phoenix right behind that, but it's that Golden Knight push. This is what I pulled the replay for. And the NATO not quite able to pull it back because the bomb tower just too high. And this was the push that nearly was able to seal the game for Lucas. Let's watch that one more time as we wait for our next round. Griko will be up next for PUIGINS. Mohamed in the anchor position in this King of the Hill game. And nope, let's just go ahead and jump right in as Griko versus Eric kicking off right now. So Ghost one side, Eric splitting Zappies on the other. You know, more on Eric. Deck pool from playing other game modes pretty varied, which is part of why we're seeing some success from him this year. And you're seeing him here also change things up. Could have a mirror match here. And that pig escaping, those pigs right there are actually big because they're tanking for the flying machine and the mother witch. And didn't quite get on the flying machine of Griko, but Eric taking a huge lead. Not sure what he's going to do here, though. He's going to give up a significant amount of damage. I don't think he gives the lead back up the other direction, but does take a pretty big hit. But if I'm Eric, I'm happy with that exchange. And now same defense played by Griko. Arrows plus Ghost, and that should be enough to get this tower down. Eric! The question mark. I don't know if there's any questions right now. Eric came to play today. Eric came to play. And just looking at Eric's deck pool, it's pretty deep. I'm just looking at what he's doing in ladder, and it's a different deck almost every game. So certainly playing a variety of stuff, and we're seeing it go well here so far. Interesting Mother Witch right lane. Needs to make sure that he pulls that giant skeleton away. Can Eric do it? Yeah, and giant skeleton dies anyway and gets pulled away. Arrows high. Flying machine does go down. This could be tower down here, though. And Eric's going to give up tower in a way that I really didn't think he was. I think that he maybe thought it was over and took his foot off the gas. That could be a fatal error here. After playing a really wonderful opening of the game, that could really end up being a huge problem. because suddenly you're in a situation where Griko's actually got the better tower damage situation. I really think that Eric thought it was game over and maybe was celebrating a bit too early. I need to go back and look at the elixir situation. And now Griko just pouring it on. I don't know if Eric is going to be able to defend against this in any meaningful way. His giant skeleton doesn't pull the opposite giant skeleton. Wow, this is an absolute throw. Am I wrong? What in the world just happened? What in the world just happened? It looked like Eric was about to go off and put together like an epic opening run. I am absolutely stunned. Hold on, I'm going to go back in and see if I can figure out what the heck happened right there. Let me go ahead and see if I can bring that replay up for you. I mean, it's possible he lagged, but I just want to go back and see these final 10 seconds or so. Here we go. This is a replay, folks. You'll see this final 10 seconds here. Giant skeleton gets pulled, and he's down to 1. He's down to 1. He can't do anything there, right? He gets a Mother Witch out late. So he did, you know, maybe it wasn't a miscalculation in that respect, but it was maybe got caught flat. Adrian Piedra up next. The Aztec Eagle. Throwback. Going to come in here against Griko. And let's see. Yeah, that was pretty wild overall. Eric, all right, I'm gonna head out. I think he just got thirsty. I think he just got thirsty. You know what I mean? The cycle was messed up. He was super low on elixir and caught in a desert. It happens. I have to go back and watch. I don't have time to go back and watch like everything to see what were the events that led to that moment, and if it was preventable or if it was just really good pressure by Griko that made it happen. Either way, that's in the past. Now we're all tied up, and Adrian Piedra is ready to come in here for his team up against Griko. Man, you really wanted to go ahead and get that punch in the face early. Let's go ahead. Adrian Piedra, the Aztec Eagle. You want to talk about classic players? CCGS Latin America #1 and #2 in fall and spring. Top 8 CCGS World Finals. And then after that, a member of CRL's Complexity for a while in CRL teams. Then moved to Chivas Esports in 2020. But talk about OGs, doesn't get much more OG than Adrian. So drill for Adrian, minor wall breakers for Lentils. And misses the drill kite. I was about to say, I think that misses. I really thought, I was sitting there going, I think that misses, but I don't want to say it because it sounds like it's going to be dumb. And then it wasn't. He just completely missed the drill pickup. And I am a little stunned there. And yeah, if you want to run predictions over on Twitch, Madi, go ahead. That miner's nice. That miner's nice, and it does get onto the Magic Archer. And look at that. Look at that from Griko. Bandit doing extra work here. And those of you who are joining us for the first time, this is the Queso Cup Teams Edition. I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League and for a lot of Clash Royale overall. I'll explain more of the competition in a little bit. Right now, Griko versus Adrian Pedro. Miner in, tanking for the wall breakers. They're going to slide right through Bandit to some more tanking. And this is just going from bad to worse for Strangers. And Eric's, I think, going to have to really watch some game tape and figure out what happened in that last game, because they went from having a 3-0 advantage and match point to now they're going to have to fight back and win 2 in a row against the greatest to ever play the game. Gonna have to beat Griko and then go beat Mohamed Light. GG's. And Vanguard saying, so if Lentils keeps winning, Mo will not play. Not in this set. That's how King of the Hill works. Adrian down. Next up for Strangers. Let me see the lineup there. Why are they not putting the... I need to find a place to get the lineups. Well, give me 1 second, folks, because I'm not seeing them in here. Where can we see lineups? Because I'm trying to... 1 second. They are not always in clan chat. Here we go. EGW. Can he beat Griko and then go force Mohamed Light to come out and play? We'll find out. EGW currently sitting in the top 100 for CRL 2023, ranked 94th, earning 30 points from his Swiss performance in month number 1. Best rank position on ranked, 43. In Legacy Ladder, an 11th place finish and a 22nd place finish. No, I'm not asking. I'm asking. I was just saying out loud. I was trying to talk to the whatchamacallits, the admins. Still trying to figure out how to get that information for so we can see it a little faster. Some Anderson is trying to see EGW break through here. But he does have Lightning for that Bomb Tower Musketeer combination, which he's going to be happy about. Preferred over the Archers. The question is, can Griko protect how can Griko protect the Mighty Miner from these Fisherman pulls? And how much does it matter? Right, Mighty Miner gets pulled, Bomb Tower comes out, good spacing by Griko to keep the Musketeer and the Bomb Tower away from each other. And that's going to get Musketeer or force out a response to stop Musketeer from getting on tower. And no, Musket gets on tower. Has to bring out the Electro Spirit. That's a lot of damage done by Griko. EGW sets up Royal Giant one more time. EGW is a Twitch streamer. You can go to Twitch/EGW_CR to watch him play, watch his streams. These RGs starting to get shut down here. That's a really nice timing of the log. Great timing of the log from Griko as the Goblins go to the back. Doesn't get much damage out of it, but still very, very nicely played. And doesn't even need to pop the Monk ability to get that Musketeer off the board. So far, it's mostly chip for Griko here. Gotta take 2 RGs off the board. Second high bomb tower. And a nice play with the Electro Spirit, but that doesn't take off the Goblins. So 15 seconds away from triple elixir. And Lentils has been playing clean. And that fireball might be huge, and it is. That's a huge fireball. Massive fireball. Griko coming in hot. Solid play there from Griko. And would have been fascinating to see if EGW could reflect that fireball. Didn't happen. Bomb tower doesn't get to the RG on the left-hand side. That's actually pretty huge. That RG's very healthy. That Musketeer gets pushed off, and the RG again not turned around. RG getting tons of damage, and now for a second one. 24 seconds left. Suddenly this one is in contention. Bomb tower high. The Goblin's going to protect. This Royal Giant not going to do anything. Lightning in, though, 372 to 717. Fireball cycled onto the tower. 165 remaining. Not enough time for another Royal Giant. Man, that almost got really interesting really fast. Instead, Griko able to shut it down and get it done. Let's go ahead and let me load up a replay from that one. And I believe this is that nice fireball sequence. So you're going to see keep your eye on the left-hand side. So drill comes down, Ice Spirit plus log, fireball, and just perfect timing. Perfect sequencing. And honestly, that might have been the game-winning play. Let's go back to 662, because before that hit, yeah, I mean, that's the game-winning play right there. That play alone did almost all the damage. And if you go all the way to the end here, let me go ahead and take a look at the end of this match. But if we go all the way to the end here, I believe that more than accounts for the gap. Right, so let me go take a look at the end here. I mean, look, the fireball, I think that if he doesn't hit that, it's possible that EGW wins here. If he doesn't hit that move, it's very possible EGW wins this one. So, what an interesting sequence. What an interesting situation to find ourselves in. Lineup for set number 2 for PUIGINS, Mugi, Lucas, Mohamed, Light. Strangers will be Eric, EGW, and Adrian Piedra. So same 3 players on both sides, but for the moment, a little bit a change in the ordering. Oh, never mind. Mugi, not Griko. There we go. Mugi, not Griko. For those of you wondering more about this one, the prize pool overall for this event, $65,000. We are in split 1. That prize pool money split up amongst the different pieces that you see here. $65,000. In this split, $15,000 of that on the line with $7,500 going to first place. Top 6 teams make it into the prize pool for split number 1 because they make it into the bracket portion, the playoffs portion. The bottom 2 teams from this league phase are out, and then when we get to the grand finals top prize will be $15,000. So $65K over the course of the year for this event. Pretty fun stuff. And of course, we are in our second matchup of the day. PUIGINS up against TIKIS. PUIGINS lineup Mohamed Light, Mugi, Lucas, Griko. Strangers TIKIS is EGW, Cerdillo, Eric, Nini, and Adrian Pedro. And of course, coming up next after this matchup, don't go anywhere, we have 2 more matches left. SK Gaming and Team Queso in a classic battle with some of your favorite players. And then Chivas Esports and Tribe Gaming, 2 top-tier North American organizations with a long history in Clash Royale esports. So almost ready for our next matchup. And if you haven't yet, I see that we are now continuing to climb up. We're at 98,149 subscribers. On that push to 100K, if you're watching right now and you want to subscribe, I'd love that. If you don't, that's good too, but I'd love it if you did subscribe. If you turn on notifications, we are going to have, this is day 1 of 9 days of Clash Royale out of 10 in a row here on this channel between this competition and GKR. And of course, if you want to like this to help boost the signal, we're at 733 likes. Let's get to 1,000 likes. Can we find 267 likes here real quick? Minor control for Eric. Maybe Wallbreaker's Mega Knight for Mugi. Mugi, the 2021 CRL World Champion. And you put that together, right? This team, even if it was just Lucas and Griko and some other players, it'd have a killer team. But then you add the 2021 CRL World Champion in Mugi, the 2021 runner-up in Mohamed Light, and of course he is also the 2021 World Champion. This is an insane team that SK CALALAS has put together here. And Eric, I think you take a moment here. Very healthy Mega Knight plus Inferno Dragon. Solid control with the Goblins. You really don't see much in the way of skeletons anymore. You see skeletons more in duel mode when you have to vacillate between these skeletons and the Goblins. But Goblins have almost entirely supplanted skeletons in the meta for that small, spammy cycle card. So double on its way, and no one's really done a lot. Both have minor, both can get direct damage connections. Eric got a little flat-footed last game, so he needs to be careful. This deck that he's up against can overwhelm you very quickly. And that E is proving to be a menace. And again, it's a hard thing for Eric, right? Because what does he do about that E-Wiz in those bridge fights? Because he wants to be getting minor on tower. But that gives Mugi a lot of ability to control in the middle. And now, look at this. The pressure starting to mount. And that's a huge connection on the right. That NATO's not it. NATO's not it. If you NATO Mega Knight, you better know that Mega Knight's getting stopped. And now Elixir advantage plus damage lead to the 2021 World Champion. 90 seconds and change left. Things are only get worse in triple Elixir here for Eric. He's not able to win bridge fights and then turn them into anything. Because when he tries to win bridge fights, the tankiness of the Prince and the Mega Knight just make it so the Inferno Dragon and the E-Wiz can just work him from behind. And that's a GG. That is a GG. There you go. There you have it. Mega Knight have too much HP, bro. Maybe. Maybe that's the problem. That's certainly not going to help when you're trying to stop Mega Knights. Someone saying I think Strangers have a lot of coaches, actually. All right, so next up. Oh, that's weird. It glitched out and took one of the... Why is it... The chat glitch is actually really annoying. But next up will be EGW. Next up will be EGW as Mugi stays on board. Do I know where Andrew Guy is? Yeah, he's in New York, I think, filming something, if I remember correctly. He's out being a big successful TV host, as he does. Let's see. Chat glitch is removing. Let me tell them. One second. So here we go. EGW versus Mugi. Game number 2. So a little slow start here. Neither player doing much to kick things off. And Mugi just doing a little cycle work. And I see someone saying, guys, like more than my teammates in 2v2. Well, sometimes you don't want to spend right out the gate in a game of 1v1, especially considering what your cycle is, what you think your opponent might have, what kind of deck you're playing. Obviously, some decks benefit from getting the double and triple elixir. You know, the Monk Reflection is a major... Oh, boy. EGW. Does he have ability? I don't think he does. Going to take 2, maybe 3 good RG shots. I think just 2. Plenty of elixir for Mugi to handle this. You know, I was saying the Monk, we talk a lot about the reflection, but the fact that the Monk is able to sit there and take like all those skeletons that you just saw. Another really key factor of what makes the Monk so powerful in this game overall. The tanking of it, especially under the ability, cannot be overlooked. So EGW going with the tried and true method of, if you think you can't outplay him, try to outmatch up him. And Sparky into this RG Giant Skeleton deck. I don't see any resets for Mugi, but he has lots of distractions. And the Rage and the Bridge fight actually key here. Goblin Giant down. And that's going to be some good damage here. Look at that one minion getting tanked for just a little bit. And just like that, EGW takes the lead by a few hundred HP after that last Goblin Giant stab. Here we go. Sudden death overtime. And while the set lead overall is to SK CALALAS, this is an opportunity for EGW and Strangers to get back on the board. Mugi's not going to throw a fireball right there. Maybe if he can get behind the Monk. That reflection is huge. And oh boy, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Maybe he was trying to time that off of the end of the gameplay, and a cycled Rage. A cycled Rage from EGW. Can he get to another Rage in time? I think he can. RG done. Just trying to fight here at the bridge. And how often do you see a rage finish? What in the world? What in the world? I thought he was going to wait a little bit longer to not on that fireball. I think that he was trying to throw it at a time when it wouldn't actually hit the monk ability. So let's go take a look at the replay from that, because wild. Absolutely wild. The reflect. And here you go. You just see the stack happening here as the Sparky is way back there, and the monk just getting right in front of the Sparky. King Tower activation. And that really would have been nice for Mugi to not take that shot. But you see there, the double whammy, where the Sparky also connects. I think that Mugi could have won this had the Sparky not broken through there as well. Let's look at that one more time. I'll take us a little bit further here. So you're going to see the Skeleton King just goes down way too fast. He tries to time the fireball for the end and tries to, man, you saw the idea there from Mugi. The idea was actually really clean. Fireball tries to come in late. The Phoenix pops. He tries the use of the Phoenix pop to try to sneak the Tombstone in there. I think maybe he needed to put the Tombstone. Maybe the Tombstone was not in cycle, but the fact that that went to the tower instead, really rough for him. Here we go. Next game, Luke is up for PUIGINS. So maybe Lucas running back the same deck here as EGW going hog. Good timing there. You know, a lot of these players are also doing some content creation as well. EGW, of course, you can just see his name. You can go find him on Twitch there. Lucas, though, also, you can find him on YouTube. Has almost 70,000 subscribers. I believe Lucas recently started doing an English channel that has about 7,000 subs. So you can go see him in either Portuguese or in English. Hog, no shot yet. Or no shot through those, I mean. And Zerat with a great comment about Lucas's hair. Makes it difficult for him to see the screen. You do actually see him kind of fling his hair back quite a bit when you're watching him play. Whether he flings it back or pulls it back with his hand. And maybe a bit extra there from EGW with that Earthquake. Perhaps feeling that his Elixir advantage was enough to go ahead and spend it. RG sets up now finally for Lucas. Going into his strong side and trying to force as much expenditure over there as possible. And a good Ice Spirit initial play, but it didn't get the pull. And you're going to see Lucas with a nice little dual lane pressure as he gets the RG down in front of the, no, not quite in front of the Mother Witch, never mind. Fireball, log to clear the Musketeer, can't get RG on tower. EGW in a good spot. And no King Tower activation yet. Keep that in mind. And I think Lucas might not get this King Tower. Yeah, he's not going to get that King Tower activation. So keep that in mind, that Lucas doesn't have a King Tower activation yet, but we're already this deep in the game, and he's this far behind on damage. You really want to get that Fisherman to Hog King Tower activation much earlier. At this point, I don't think it's going to be a good idea for him to try to do it. So he doesn't have to just defend with the Tombstone and some DPS on those Hogs. 2 Musketeers, and maybe it's because EGW knew the first one was going to get pulled away by the Fisherman, but dropped them on exactly on each other. And suddenly, Lucas is in the lead. You're not... EGW needs to find a different game plan, because he's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And of course, I've heard that's the definition of something. Hog down, Fisherman will pull and avoids the shot too. Now Tombstone probably going to go high again. Yep. EGW really trying to put the pressure on with these Hog cycles, but not finding any way through. This log will be nice. Doesn't stop the Muskie, but the RG will connect here. I don't think he gets anything down in time. And that's perfect. Perfect from Lucas. Hog will not do it, and Lucas stops the bleeding and puts his team now on match point. GG. And folks, coming up next, SK Gaming versus Team Queso. If Lucas wins here, we're going right to that matchup. We'll have a short break, of course, or delay as we load the teams in, but SK Gaming versus Team Queso. Morten, Faust, xopxsam, and julesy rounding things out for SK Gaming. I'm curious to see if we see julesy get some game time. And then Team Queso with Surgical Goblin, Hadi14, Bale, and Kodigo. Surgical Goblin redonning the Team Queso jersey after many years. People might forget that he was part of Queso in 2017, and then in 2018 left Queso for Liquid. Obviously no Liquid team fielded for this event. Here we go, next game. Can Adrian Piedra keep strangers in the mix? Or does Lucas close this thing out here? People asking, where is Mo? Mo's been the anchor on both King of the Hill lineups, and Griko, Mugi, and Lucas have been more than up to the task. So Mo has not even gotten to come out and play yet. So minor control for Adrian. Is this our first Archer Queen on the day? I feel like we have not seen much Archer Queen. Or at least, I mean, I'm trying to remember if we've seen Archer Queen yet today. Maybe we have. We haven't seen a lot, though, let me tell you. We have not seen much. Brian Esqueda asking, where is Ruben? Ruben plays for SK CALALAS now. No longer a part of Team Queso. And Adrian gonna have to put up something here. Mega Knight, Prince is going for some high control. Bats behind. Mega Knight gets on tower. Phoenix getting run on. And that's a ton of damage. Lucas knows it. He sees the blood in the water and starts putting the pressure on. 1695. And Lucas now getting one step closer to closing out our second match of the day. some Poison Cycle on that right-hand side. There are two SK CALALAS teams here in this event, SK CALALAS and PUIGINS. CALALAS PUIGINS. Mo is on the team you're watching right now, for those of you who are curious. He just will only play if Lucas loses this game here. Although at the moment, that feels highly unlikely. Sudden death overtime, and Adrian will roll to her. This is already a hard matchup, and then coming back from him, and you're way behind, and it's already in a double and on a triple. Oh boy. And that's going to be GG, well played. If you wanted to see Mohamed Light, you have to wait until tomorrow maybe, because we will not be seeing him today. SK CALALAS PUIGINS with the 2-set win, and they will get 3 points. And that's actually important for me to tell you guys, because we didn't have a graphic for it earlier. But the way this tournament works, the top 6 teams after the round robin is played will move on to the next phase, to the bracket finals. And Lucas and his team, since they won their match in 2-0, they get 3 points. If you win 2-1, you get 1 point. So our 2 winners so far today in SK CALALAS and PUIGINS, both of them have earned 3 points today. And the SK CALALAS lineup, which we just saw, is Mugi, Griko, Lucas, and Mohamed Light. Of course, all the lineups are in the description if you're watching on YouTube. So you can find all the rosters with their full lineups in the description on YouTube. Either way, that's it for that matchup. We'll see if Mo plays tomorrow, but we're now on to our third matchup. So again, SK CALALAS, the team with Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro, won against Hype Boys earlier. In the match you just watched, PUIGINS, the other SK CALALAS organization team here, just took the 2-0 win over Strangers TIKIS. And coming up next, SK Gaming against Team Queso. SK Gaming's lineup: Morten, Faust, xopxsam, and julesy. Again, very curious to see if julesy ends up making it in here. Emma, thank you so much for your modding on YouTube. Really do appreciate that. And then on the other side of things, Team Queso. Surgical Goblin back in the gold, back in the yellow-blue jersey. Javi 14, Bale, and Kodigo. So a very interesting look for Team Queso overall. The lineup for SK Gaming will be Faust, xopxsam, and Morten for this first set. For Team Queso, Javi, Surgical Goblin, and Kodigo. So we'll see. Do we go to a third set for the first time today? Or will we once again see a team win 2-0? I honestly do not know. We are in our first split, the March-April split here for this year-long event. Split 2 will be in the summertime, and then our last chance qualifiers and finals will be in December. And we are in the second phase, the league phase, of this $15,000 first split. Round robin, top 6 teams will move on, and then go into a best-of-5 version of this competition for our bracket play as we get there later. So there we have it. Coming up first, it's going to be Javi 14 versus Faust. Faust, of course, coming off of a really solid top 8 performance in CRL in our first monthly final. And I see Javi 14 and SK, how he got to Team Queso. Things change. Best way to do it. Let's see. 1 second, folks. Yep, here we go. Game number 1. Javi and Faust. Let's go. Yeah. Javi, we've talked about a lot. Haven't seen him in competitive in a while, but for those of you who are longtime fans of CRL and competitive play, Javi, one of the top players in competitive Clash Royale throughout the entire teams section. Of course, carried Vivo Keyed, put up an insane win rate, a number of wins in CRL Latin America to finish second place at World Finals in 2018. Then came to CRL West the following season, where he played with Fnatic before switching to join SK Gaming, where he played with them for World Finals in 2019 and then on through 2020. Faust was actually, at the time, rumored to be joining SK Gaming as a German player. And when he didn't, that opened up the door for Javi to go and join that squad. Luke asking if I have a creator code. Yes, I do. Code RICH. If you want to use my code in the shop for whatever you might be into, use code RICH. Great way to support a content creator. Gilwa asking, Joe, what is up, dog? I don't know. What's up with you? Okay, folks, let's get back to the gameplay here. And a failed King Tower activation for Faust. It's not going to be the end of the world here, but certainly not what he was looking for. And the opposite lane pressure with the Mighty Miner, really nice for Javi when those E-Giant pushes come out. You're going to see a lot of damage here. Double E-Giant, Javi might have to go drill defensive. And he does. So drill defensive, maybe a low Musketeer, or just goes back to Bomb Tower after this Lightning. There you go. So well played, well defended by Javi. And these Mighty Miners doing some tanking for the drill has paid off a bit. Doesn't pay off there as much, but with a little over 90 seconds left, Javi in a pretty good spot here. High Phoenix, that's a good Phoenix. And the Golden Knight gets away and gets on tower. Elixir lead for Faust, because that Mighty Miner is going to go ahead and peter out here. Faust has a chance, especially now that the E-Giant picked up that drill push. Question is, what can you do to break through? But the Golden Knight set up really late. We're going to see another E-Giant in front of this Golden Knight. He's going to try to defend the left-hand side very inexpensively. And that's a nice... Oh, the Golden Knight does not get to tower here. Javi 14. Looking like he's got this one sewn up. Second bomb tower. Double bomb towers doing some good protection work. That Golden Knight will connect, but it won't be enough. Lightning in. 10 seconds left. And that's going to be it. Cheeky play there for Faust. Tried to steal that one. Doesn't happen. Javi 14 opens up the day with a nice win against SK Gaming's newest member. And there you have it. Let's see. What is going on here? I think that we are going to just go ahead and... Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Go ahead and give you a little timeout here. There you go. Good matchup for Javi, says Raijin. Yep. It was pretty solid for him. Next up for SK Gaming, I believe is going to be xopxsam here. And, man, can I don't have a mod on Twitch, do I? Because Twitch is getting wild. Let me go ahead and do this for a second. Twitch is getting real weird. Sorry, folks. I don't currently have a mod up on a mod available on Twitch. And you know what? I am going to mod somebody just in order to stop the craziness over on Twitch right now. Give me a second. Oh, boss. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go ahead and jump into our next game. xopxsam. People asking, how can you join this tournament? This tournament doesn't have a current joining. There will be other opportunities later in the competition, I believe. Am I going to stream the BESF Cup? Possibly. Possibly. We'll find out. xopxsam, talk about guys I haven't seen in a while. xopxsam, longtime SK Gaming player, and of course former teammate of Javi. And Sam has really been trying to make his way in CRL solos. You know, you talk about CRL last year, I think 2021 CRL, had some decent performances, but just didn't quite get all the way through into our world finals. Ended up 58th on the leaderboard in 2021, which put him just outside. I think it was like 52 or 56 to get into the LCQ and then try to push for that top 32 for world finals. So barely missed did xopxsam in 2021. 2022 made it to played in the LCQ, made it to the top 200, but was not able to break through on that one. But currently ranked 54th on our CRL leaderboards for 2023. Good damage for Javi, who, speaking of CRL leaderboards, currently ranked 231 is Javi Katoza. Has some work to do to get in contention. Fireball to the right-hand side. Monk does not get in time to tank that flying machine. So the lead for Javi gets chewed up pretty nasty. Pigs in the middle, flying machine just hanging. Flying machine's been a problem, this time not one. Oh, but nice timing of the arrows here. Pig tanking for the flying machine. So flying machine will force out the fisherman. And that's a nice sequence for xopxsam. 90-ish seconds left. Sam in the lead by a significant margin now. Suddenly what was a contended match, contended game, has put Javi kind of on his heels. Down to 380 on the right-hand side. Javi needs to get on offense. Monk's going to not reflect here. Instead, going to go for the bird and see if he can get Monk across to reflect. Instead, he can't, but Royal Giant down. 6-man trying to DPS the Royal Giant down. The cage will stop the damage from getting on tower at all. Pressure still, though, from Javi. He can't spend Fireball. He wants to break through, but he cannot spend Fireball now that right-hand tower is so low. Unless he really stacks. And now Javi leaking a little bit, trying to figure out what the exact game plan is going to be, get his timing just right. Does he end up reflecting here? And he does. Fireball has to go against these pigs. Fireball, does he need log? Does he have log? Yes, he does. 232. Royal Giant trying to get past this cage. 2 cages. 1 brawler working, 2nd brawler working, 2 brawlers plus Zappies plus Flying Machine. They stop that damage in its tracks. 14 seconds left. Can you Fireball and get this out of the way? Flying Machine is going to ignore the Ghost. Fisherman comes down. GG, well played. Sam ties things up here. One thing you know Sam and Morten both love, Royal Hogs. And Sam showing why. Tying things up here in set number 1. There you have it. 1-1 so far. Did SK CALALAS play yet? Yes, they did. They just won their match. Let's see. Let me look at some of the chat here. Perfect commentator voice. Keep the good. Oh, thank you very much. I've been doing this for quite a long time. Let's see. Oh, let me go take a look at Twitter here for a second, folks. Give me one moment. Just to verify some information. Here we go. Next up for Queso, Surgical Goblin. That will be fun. And Surgical Goblin versus OP Sam coming up. Let's see. Oh, the update. Yeah, I'm not going to get into the update too much today. You know, we'll focus on the esports stuff. Interesting. I mean, the Pass Royale has been the same for a long time in terms of price. So a slight upgrade for the primary price. I really need to go and look at how Diamond versus Gold is different. But very curious. OP Sam versus Surgical Goblin coming up very soon. Why the Texas shirt? Because I live in Austin. Because my old man went to UT. My wife's family all went to UT. And I'll be rooting for UT tonight against Xavier. I see that we are currently at 98,282. I wonder how high we can get today. How close to 100K can we get today? Sam going E-Giant. And that feels dangerous. Yep. Yep. So that exchange not going Sam's way. Look at this. The mad scientist has struck again. E-Giant Loon for OP Sam. And, you know, I've seen everything. Now that I've seen that. E-Giant Loon for OP Sam. And a King Tower activation on top. And the Fish Boy saves it from being too much damage in the King Tower. Sam having fun here. Sam having a lot of fun here in this one. Now drill Bomb Tower out of cycle, but not enough elixir for Balloon. So how does Sam make this nonsense make sense? He has to get past 2 buildings, an Ice Spear, and a Musketeer. That's a weird dash. I don't know why that dash didn't kill all the goblins. I honestly, to this day, still don't understand the Golden Knight match. Surgical Goblin. You talk about world champions in this competition. We have the 2019 world champion Surgical Goblin as part of Team Liquid. Also DiegoB for Chivas Esports. So 2 members of that team. We have Ruben, 2020 world champion. We have Mugi, 2021 world champion, and Mohamed, the 2022 world champion. So 4 years of world champions in this competition. Death damage should be all he gets here, but is that enough to make Sam happy in this one? They're still very close. These drills aren't getting a lot of damage for Surgical Goblin. The dash chain doesn't work backwards, says Pyrofoot. That was based on which way he was facing. $21.81 to now $18.90. Little lead opened up here for Surgical Goblin. And that's fireball. That's fireball value there, but 2 little elixir for Surgical Goblin to take it. Would have put him at 0 in a bad situation. And now Loon to the right. Golden Knight. That balloon somehow barely does turn at the end. Now going back the other direction. Can Sam control that Musketeer? No. Surgical Goblin pulling out all the stops here. Fishboy wants that Musketeer. There should be a Loon, maybe to the right. There we go. Sam has had no way to get these Musketeers, and they've been maybe more of a problem in the building control. Sam wants to get a balloon past this, can't do it. Surgical Goblin wins, and now that puts Team Queso up 1. And brings out the kind of rematch that everyone here wants to see. The rematch I know that you guys all want to be a part of. That's right. Coming up next, a rematch of the 1 HP game. Surgical Goblin and Morten in a King of the Hill. It's not game 3 of King of the Hill. It's game 4, but still. It's exactly what you want to see. Ah, Vanguard, good point. He gets dashes 1 goblin at a time because they get placed 1 at a time. Got it. So that like staggered thing makes it a problem. Here we go. Okay, who do you have? Morten or Surge? Let's go. Let's see your votes in the chat. Who's going to win this one? Surgical Goblin or Morten? Come on. Who you got? Off top, I think the Foundation Disc Golf guys hooked up with Gooder glasses. No, but I want to create like a... I think Gooder should have a Disc Golf line for sure. I'm seeing a lot of people saying Team Morten. I see, let's see, Let's Go Surge. I see Morten here. I see Morten here. KJ Gaming calling for Morten. DC the Boss going with Team Morten. Team Sergi for Rudy Arena. Orellana, I mean. Aurelio for Surgical Goblin. Kamel for Morten. Snafox for Surge. Apparently the president is here, and he's a big Morten fan. On Twitch, I'm seeing one person, I'm seeing back-to-back people, Morten versus Surgical Goblin. Come on. 100% Morten for Kamel. Well, only one way to find out, folks. Let's do it! Morten, Surgical Goblin, here we go. And a little good luck from Morten, who is currently very high on our CRL 2023 rankings. looking like... Ooh, Morten going heavy here with the Bomber. Morten currently ranked 3rd with $7,000 earned already on his 2023 campaign. Surgical Goblin, though, people forget. People are like, Surgical Goblin, what year is it? Well, Surgical Goblin's ranked 16th currently on our overall standings with 750 earned already. So Surgical Goblin in it. And there's one thing Morten hates is playing against Surgical Goblin when he's using Magic Archer. Fireball. You might see that go to Magic Archer a lot. Drill in, Ghost working on it. Cannon Cart does not break down in the backfield, so Morten forced to spend the log there. Not too upset about that, he'll get some chip. But the pressure from Morten opposite way. And that's a tough one. That's a really tough one. Oh boy. Oh boy. Surgical Goblin way out to the lead, and it might be Team Queso taking our first set on the back of Sergi 2-0 performance. And some Goblins stab it on the right-hand side. Won't be that impactful. Fireball tries to get the Magic Archer and the Cannon Cart. And it's just going from bad to worse. Magic Archer will line it up. Morten calls good game already. He sees the lineup. GG. Well, there you have it. Surgical Goblin taking it in this one. And Morten's just going to go ahead and activate King Tower and reset for our second set of King of the Hill. Set number 1 goes to Queso. Great matchup for Surgical Goblin. Very well played on top of it. GG, folks. Waleed asking, Rich, how can I join these tournaments? You can always go to esportsroyale.en or at esportsroyale.en on Twitter to learn about them. Also, esports.clashroyale.com usually has all the information for these sort of things. So there you go. Here's if you guys want to know everything about Clash Royale esports, whether it be CRL or other tournaments, here's where you go. There's all your information for Clash Royale esports. Go get it. Royale Masters coming up soon. That's open to everybody, including you, Waleed. That's linked there on that channel, on that website. Queso Cup Teams information, GKR information. Everything is right there on Clash Royale on esports.clashroyale.com. Go get it. Go get it. There you go. I'll link it one more time. So set 1 for Team Queso. And again, our matchups for the day. After this one, we have Chivas Tribe, and then that's it. And let's see. I'm seeing people talk about the pink box here. What are we at right now? 98,330. Loim asking, why are the games not BO3? Well, they kind of are. They're actually BO5 in those sets because it's King of the Hill. For those of you who didn't watch CRL teams in King of the Hill, each team puts up 3 players, and each player has 1 life, and it's your job trying to eliminate all of the players from the other team. Do SK Cal and Cal be on the same team or something? Same organization, but SK CALALAS is a totally different organization from SK Gaming. And SK CALALAS and Cal PUIGINS are both part of the SK CALALAS organization. So that's your information. Lineup for for set 2. Sam, Faust, Morten against Surgical, Kodigo, Javi 14. So there you go. There you have it. Mo is on on Cal PUIGINS. All the information on lineups is in the description, folks. If you want the information, go to the description, and you can find everything right there here on YouTube. And I can't show anyone's records in the event because this is day 1. We don't really have anything yet. But all your information, go into the description. Everything you want is there. Secret box is not opening today, Vitamin. Not happening. All right, first matchup will be Surgical Goblin against OP Sam. So let's see if they can get one back against Surge here, who came out real nice in that last set. Be starting here in just 1 second. And there we go. Let's jump into it. Let's get in there. We have not yet made it to the 3rd set, to the 1v1 dual mode set. Let's see if SK Gaming can be the first ones to send us there. Early King Tower activation will make this drill work a little bit harder, a lot harder for Sam. You know, one of the things about playing kind of bridge spammy decks, especially one that's drill spam like this one, if you're playing Ghost, that's the danger of cycling Ghost early, right? A lot of people say that if you're going to cycle Ghost early, that you need to either cycle it like aggressively right at the bridge, and then have something else behind it or in the opposite lane, or just don't do it. But cycling Ghost way in the back early lets your opponent play some stuff and set up if they have NATO. And this King Tower activation might not be the deciding factor, but honestly, could be really impactful. Opting to Ghost onto the Miner so that he has some counter push play rather than E-Wiz is OP Sam. And that just makes the decision making a little bit more annoying for Surgical Goblin. NATO's both ways, and that's going to get a good connection for the Magic Archer and the Ghost on that tower. Sam has plenty of elixir here. Has to deal with 2 birds, though. That's a suspect NATO from Surgical Goblin. And he calls good game here. He knows it. He knows it. E-Wiz will get a little extra damage. You see when he was trying to get that cannon cart all the way to the opposite lane and out of the way of the birds, so the Phoenix Eye? The Phoenix? Is it just Phoenixes? It's probably just Phoenixes, right? So that they would go to tower instead of going to the cannon cart. Cannon cart's heavier than you think, right? The mass of the cannon cart actually makes it doesn't move as much as some other cards might move when you nade it. Three birds. It's a full-on aviary on the board right now. I feel like we're back into the summertime. Why are there so many birds? And Sam just goes for the easy King Tower activation here. That should put the icing on an already frosty cake here, folks. The Phoenix stack is pretty intimidating here. But the E-Wiz staying alive. That's a nice little Golden Knight dash. 40 seconds left. Surgical Goblin could really put a lot of pressure here. Just the Phoenix, like the Golden Knights, minor NATO, try to connect here. As long as he doesn't give up one really bad. That Golden Knight dashing backwards was great for him. Ewiz does finally get on tower, and that's it. There you go. OP Sam putting SK Gaming on the board first in this set. Let's see. Someone asked me earlier why I'm standing up, because sometimes standing is healthier. So I often sit when I'm streaming, but I have a standing desk. Why not be moving a little bit, right? Just keeping myself a little more fluid. I'm also, on a side note, I'm really trying to up my game in disc golf a lot. Some of you guys might know that I'm a pretty obsessive disc golf player, and I hit my new personal best on I didn't have time to play the full 18 at my local course, but I played 9 and hit my new personal best on that 9 holes, 5 under through 9 holes. And I saw CWA talking about his standing desk and how, yeah, I did see CWA's tweet. DZ already calling me out. I've had this, and I used to do more standing stuff when I was casting, but I saw CWA talking about how it was helping his body stay more loose. And I'm trying to keep my body loose and really continue developing my disc golf game. So, boom, I decided to put it in action today and keep on trying to push the course. The current recorded. I'm sure someone's gone 9 under on that 9 holes. But the current recorded best round through those first 9 holes is 7 under, and my current best is 5. So, and I could have had 6 if I had made one more putt. So my current goal is trying to get to that 7 under. We'll see if it happens. Hey, Morrow trying to bring sport to Uruguay. Let's try to talk later. Wall breakers. 1 pops, both taken care of. Kodigo, of course, longtime pro, was one of the better players in CRL Latin America in 2018, and Cream Esports was expected to just run the table until Javi 14 came out and put a stop to that one with his insane run in the playoffs. Javi pretty much hard carried Vivo through the entire playoffs of CRL Latin America, including beating Cream Esports twice and stopping Kodigo there. Of course, Kodigo then continued on to play with Cream and then Dig before going into the CRL solos, where he did make World Finals in 2021. Currently, Kodigo, you guys might forget this, but keep that in your mind. Kodigo currently ranked 9th on the CRL standings for 2023. Very important to remember that one. Ended up making it all the way to the group stage. Got a few good wins both in Swiss and groups. So in the hunt for Worlds. Sam starting to vary placement already. It's interesting. I feel like in duels, we almost never see Royal recruits. And I wonder what it is about unrestricted gameplay, like we have in this King of the Hill, versus duels, that leads you to almost never see recruits in duels and see it quite a lot in unrestricted gameplay. Maybe it's because when you're playing duels, the cards that go into recruits decks fit better in other decks when you're trying to make 3 or in game duels 4 options. $80 seconds left. 2-2 split here for Kodigo. Arrows onto the archers. And Kodigo's getting on the board, but it's just so hard for him to get past bomb tower log archers, even with the arrows. And Smurf played with the same thing. I think problem is Recruits is too matchup based and uses too many good cards. All right, Pigs in. Second bomb tower plus log. And nicely defended by Sam. We've been seeing a rise in bomb tower. Bomb tower has been making a bit of a comeback lately. This is a lot here. Kodigo could steal with how much he has on the board right now. Gonna have to use that dash. Can he get the bomb tower out of the way? Can arrows do enough? Pigs go to the right-hand side. That won't be it. They just died a little bit too much. Miner plus poison. Flying machine gets picked up easily. And Sam, 2 up, 2 down. With the chance to send us to our first 1v1 set number 3. And the third player for Team Queso, I think is it Adrian? Let me go double check that one. Who's gonna be third for? It might be it's probably gonna be. Oh, it's not Adrian. No, is it Bale? No, it's Javi. There you go. It's Javi. All right. So let's see. Can Sam lock it up? Send us to the third set. Or could Javi reverse sweep? Javi might have been tied for the most sweeps in King of the Hill history in CRL teams. I know he had at least 4. He might have had 6 sweeps, though. I need to go ahead. I have to go. I have those stats somewhere saved in my data. I wonder. Hold on. I wonder if I can find that really fast. Let's see. How quickly can I find? How quickly can I get that information? I know I have it, and I think I know where it is. Let's see how fast I can get the... Let's see. Let's go to my CRL. Let's see. Is that the correct folder? Oh, here we go. Into game. Javi versus Sam. And let's see. CRL, CRL 2020, CRL World Finals preview notes. Nope. Well, maybe I can't find that. I thought I had it. CRS 2020 spring. Where's the fall? Where's the fall one? I'll find that. I know I have it somewhere. Let's see. CROS 2020 fall. Here we go. I have these stats now. Career stats. Let's go to King of the Hill. Let's organize this whole thing. Let's sort it by that. No. I was trying to sort. Can I sort by there? All right. So, most ever King of the Hill sweeps in CRL teams. Wings with 6. And then Javi tied that with 6 as well. And just as I say that, Sam just wrecks that tower. What did I miss while I was trying to find these stats? What did I miss? What happened? Was it just a good E-Barbs? Was it the E-Barbs Heal Spirit play? maybe an arrows prediction. Here I am trying to find this legacy stat from old CRL. And as I'm trying to find that, boom. One elite, one E-bar, one rogue E-bar made the tower. Got it. Well, there you go. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, the 2 all-time leaders in CRL West, at least, for King of the Hill sweeps. Wings and Javi, both with 6. Javi misplaced cannon card. xopxsam, back in those days, did he, what was his, xopxsam had 3 King of the Hill sweeps. Well, in this tournament at least, give him 1 more. GG, well played. GG, well played. And now we're going to be going to our 3rd set for the first time. That's very exciting. So Sam comes out, crushes it here in this one. Our first King of the Hill sweep so far. And now sends us to the final set, which is going to be in-game duel mode. So you have to imagine it's Morten coming out for SK Gaming. It could be Faust, but you have to imagine that it's going to be Morten. The question then is, who comes out on the Team Queso side? Surgical Goblin seems to be the most in-rhythm player on Team Queso, especially in in-game duels. Just had a great competition in CRL, so we'll see. Good to know pros have the same E-barb skills like me. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I hope it's Morten versus Surge. I think that's probably the best pick on both sides here, to be honest. So hopefully that's what they bring. We'll see what happens. Are there any rules like one player can play 2 sets or something like that? I don't think so, because otherwise it'd have to be julesy for SK Gaming, and I don't think they're doing that. I read the rules. I didn't see anything about that. So, who knows? Minor Wallbreaker was created by Morten in his YouTube channel. I just watched that. Minor Wallbreaker, maybe that specific Minor Wallbreaker deck, but the first person I ever saw run Minor Wallbreakers might have actually been Adrian Piedra. It was the first time I saw Minor Wallbreakers. Wallbreakers were still 3 elixir. Who was it who ran that? Let me go back to CRL 2019. Let me go back to CRL 2019. Because CRL 2019... No, it wasn't Adrian. Who was it? Who was it who won CRL 20... it was in CRL West. I just want to go back and find... Hold on. I think it was Tommy. Yes, yeah, you're right. Smurfblade got it. It was Tommy. Just before you said that, I thought it's going to be Morten versus Kodigo, not Surgical Goblin. Interesting. Yeah, it was Tommy who ran them. He ran Minor Wallbreakers when Wallbreakers were still 3 elixir, not 2. And he was ahead of his time, Tommy, with that one. And I remember that Tommy got the only matchup that they didn't feel good about with the deck. He did lose, but they got the only matchup that they were concerned about. And there you go. But it was fascinating. We were very excited. And then Wallbreakers became 2 elixir, and Minor Wallbreakers became a mainstay of Clash Royale. And for a while, the most popular combination in the game for a short period of time. So there you go. So Kodigo versus Morten, in-game duel coming in just a moment. And whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, again, thanks a lot for being here. We are not done, by the way. This in-game duel will be the deciding duel, but remember, we still have one more match, Chivas versus Tribe. Chivas versus Tribe coming up after this one. Chivas Esports with Anaban, DiegoB, Ardentoas, Hasiel, and Pompeyo. Tribe Gaming with Wallace, Sandbox, Betfas, and xAlee. Here we go. First, we have to decide who wins this one. Morten versus Kodigo, in-game duels. Brett Horsley, I am from California originally. I now live in Texas, as my wife is from Texas originally. And we now have My kids' grandparents are nearby to help with our kids. It's huge. Morten looking like maybe E-Golem. Maybe E-Giant. Maybe Golem. And there's the E-Giant. Is he playing Lightning too? That's a solid Golden Knight to get through, plus the NATO clears all of that out. And this is early trouble. Lots of early trouble for Colombia's captain. High bird here. Good damage opposite direction, though. Hog goes, gets it done, and we are really close. Archer Queen's an interesting choice for Hog right now. Not the meta choice. That's for sure. You see Kodigo playing that high just not to give the free lightning value. And the well-timed Queen ability. And both players are going to reset here a little bit. Might be a Hog in front of this from Kodigo. Unless he's just cycling his... Yeah, there you go. So EQ. And NATO for the King Tower activation. And this should be difficult. There you go. And it should be difficult for Kodigo to get a lot of Hog connections. Although I don't think, yeah, it does get back to the cage. The cage is stronger against Hog than you might think. You see that perfect with the Baby Dragon does counter all the way. With a cage can counter a Hog completely by itself. That typically only happens in single when people aren't throwing as much behind Hog Riders. And little NATO Golden Knight dash and underrated Phoenix Egg. The Phoenix Egg pop has been impactful a couple of times today. That knockback just put the brakes right on for that Hog Rider. And Lightning does have range. Lightning does have range. I was about to say that Kodigo left that Archer Queen a little bit too close for comfort there. And Golden Knight, I think, can make this dash. Yep, boom. Craziness. And now big damage for Morten in both lanes here in game number 1. Lots of ground to make up for Kodigo. Good snowball, but the bomber should help finish off all of that. Kodigo decides to pressure opposite lane with the mortar this time. Golden Knight grabs the control. And back to mortar, I think, for Kodigo here. There we go. Does get it a little bit late. Does get it, though. But the Baby Dragon escapes to the left-hand lane. NATO not in cycle. Cage will do its work. That's going to be a hog shot. That's going to be a big hog shot. Huge hog shot. 1340. Lead right now for Surgical Goblin, but will he maintain it? Baby Dragon Belch is huge here. E-Giant will connect, Lightning on, and that's going to be GG. Morten takes game number 1. Morten takes a big game number 1. So here we go. NATO out. Kodigo. I don't know how much minor Kodigo really plays with the NATO out. Morten got pretty much the best matchup situation you asked for, guessing between these two decks. And Kodigo either playing drill wall breakers or minor wall breakers. I don't like that play from Kodigo at all. You know there's no minor. I mean, you know there's no NATO. Why do you not play minor to the inside or to the back on that first play? That's not the look from Kodigo right there. You're picking that deck because NATO's out. Bomb tower big for Kodigo here. The poison 2. It's so funny. I see someone calling for a Hog Rider nerf in the chat when Hog Rider just got clapped. Expecting piggies, but maybe Puppy Royal Giant. Yeah, Puppy Royal Giant. Poison is really huge for Kodigo here. It's a good fireball. And Morten's going to get some damage out of this. Not a lot, but he'll get some. Minor in to the outside one more time. And Morten's just going to, he decides to clean it up at the end. I don't know the play there. And maybe Kodigo trying to get the fireball expenditure there. Right? Because Kodigo, rather than, I mean, either it's a mistake he meant to split archers, or he wanted to make Morten play fireball there. I think at that point, that fireball ended up being fine, because now you get the bomb tower plus the archers. So maybe a little miscalculation there from Kodigo. As we go into the final minute of regulation time, the lead by about 75 HP. For Kodigo, who's still not varying placement. Right, if he goes to the inside there instead, Fisherman has to walk to the miner rather than pull the miner, so miner stays on tower. And so Morten sets up RG to the strong side. And finally, Kodigo does vary placement, and Morten has the perfectly timed tombstone. Maybe going to avoid bomb tower here. I think Kodigo does avoid bomb tower here. Log to clean up. Very nicely played there by Kodigo. Wall breakers now, but they're going to get picked up by the tombstone up high. And now it's a good counter push opportunity. And Morten's instead going to go ahead and reset. And now this is what Morten wants, is now Kodigo's playing into the same lane rather than opposite lane. So Morten now has dictated where this game takes place. Exactly what he wants. The poison not getting tower. And Zappy's second Royal Giant. Yeah, that Mighty Miner ended up being a nothing here. An absolute nothing. RG's going to get one, maybe two. Just gets one. That one is enough to make it a 9-point game here on the right-hand lane as we go into triple elixir. And does he stop those wall breakers? Stops one, but not the other. That's a huge connection for Kodigo. That one might send us to a game 3. So Morten's going to set up RG to the left and then go RG to the right. Getting the archers off here is really, really big. So here we go. RG to the left-hand lane. Zappy's split. Get ready for RG to the right here, maybe in one more card. He goes RG behind tower rather than at the bridge. 828 to 1743. The RG on the left almost gets tanked for by the Zappies. We're going to a game 3 here, I think. Yep, game 3, incoming. Here we go. So, Mighty Miner and Archer Queen out for Kodigo. Is he playing Golden Knight or Monk in the final game? Maybe, I don't think he goes with a Skeleton King deck. I think he goes something Golden Knight NATO. If I'm Morten, that's what I'm concerned about. Is maybe like a Golden Knight NATO drill deck from Cody. Morten looking like minor control. Could be Hog. I'm looking like it is going to be Golden Knight NATO control here from Kodigo. So is it minor or is it Hog from Morten? Forces out the Ice Spirit to control that. And Kodigo maybe not going drill. Kodigo might be going to RG himself. A very aggressive mortar from Morten. He'll get a nice connection here. And that's 3 big shots. So, mortar minor control here for Morten. It should be difficult for Kodigo to break through here. The Zappies and the Fishermen make things interesting. Morten with the lane switch to preserve that little extra health from the Mighty Miner. Does he get that Miner right onto the Mother Witch? And he does. Fishboy will pull, though. And now Morten sets up on defense. So aggression early, take advantage of maybe a funky cycle, and then take the foot off the gas and play defense in the mid game. So far, no big hits either way. A slight lead for Morten, but it is slight. And again, good timing here. The pressure play from Morten. I think that the mortar will be unable to connect, though, as the Musketeer comes down just a half step slow. So now what happens when these pigs come in? Mortar back again. Cycle nasty. Musketeer connects on the left, and that left to connection on the Musketeer just opened this game up by about 400 points. And now you see, yeah, Morten just slowing down once again. The balance of aggression and patience. He'll mortar again high here as this poison begins to work. No, he doesn't. Decides to just DPS it down. Has the Goblins play guard for the Musketeer. But now it's a lot on the right-hand side. Miner has to come out, and the Mother Witch gets on tower. This is massive. Look at the huge swing in damage. That push on the right-hand side just did a little bit too much. 40 seconds left, and now Kodigo with a chance to give SK a nasty loss in their first match of the competition. Can Morten minor poison cycle his way to a win here? Zappy's way in the back, maybe trying to anticipate that minor play. Mortar up front. Pig split. Miner goes to the back now that Zappies are gone, but Fishboy will pull the Miner off. Morten needs to poison. He cannot get a Mighty Miner down for the 3-card cycle, and that's a huge problem. And this should be game. That's going to be game. Wow. Well played by Team Queso and Kodigo. Very, very well done. Wait, my stream is connected. What's going on? People are saying that there was a stream problem. Well, there you go. Team Queso with the win. What are people saying about the Wi-Fi? Yeah, my stream's fine. I think if you guys are having trouble, it's probably on your end because my connection didn't go down. I see no hits anywhere. Check your own Wi-Fi's, bros. But there you have it. SK Gaming will get 1 point. Team Queso gets 2 because it went all the way to 3 sets. But yeah, just so you guys, I took no hits. I can see all my stream health, and I had no stream issues on my end to YouTube or Twitch. So that must have been a YouTube issue or a U issue. But everything's fine on my end. But yeah, maybe it's a YouTube problem. Might have been regional, but everything's fine here. I took no hits, and no need to get upset about it. We're back. We'll have a score graphic at the end of the day. We don't have it at the moment. Who won? Team Queso won. Yeah. See, a lot of people had no issues. So some people had stream problems, some people didn't. So there you go. But that's the end of that set, or of that match. Team Queso wins 2-1. They get 2 points. 1 point for SK Gaming. Going to our matchups. Yeah, stream was all right here in the Middle East. Okay, cool. Next up, Tribe Gaming versus Chivas. Chivas' lineup for set number 1, DiegoB, Hasiel, and Pompeyo. Tribe Gaming's lineup for set number 1, xAlee, Sandbox, and Betfas. Leandro Silva asking, Rich, when are you going to stream again? Really great question. Tomorrow. So this is the first of 10 days of me doing Clash Royale in a row, 9 of which will be here on the channel. Tomorrow we're going to be back with more of this event, day 2 of the Queso Cup. Then on Sunday, day 3 of the Queso Cup, and then GKR will be on Monday and Tuesday. And then I'm going to be doing the Royale Masters competition on Wednesday, and then back to Queso Thursday through Sunday next weekend. So there you have it. And Diego playing a risky 3M. And easy log cleanup there for xAlee. I thought that was going to be... oh, that's... never mind. Hold on 1 second, folks. Looking for something. They don't have it up yet. Oh, well. I was going to show you matchups for tomorrow. Is xAlee playing Monk against 3M? And I think Diego just took a bad one here. Fireball again. Tons of damage on the right-hand side. 3 Musketeers is a choice. It's a real choice to make. I'm not a big fan of the 3M choice. Oh, and the Monk Reflection just to cap off this performance here. Diego sets up his pump the opposite direction. Between the Fireball, Log, and Monk, it feels like this is going to be real hard to get back in. He does go 2 left. And I think the Ali can defend this. The E-Barb's behind. The Fireball Log gets it done. E-Barb's Rage. Can those Goblins stop it? And that's a GG. So Diego tries to cheese his way through game number 1. And the cheese just doesn't pay off. Maybe thinking he's on Queso, not on Chivas. Because of the cheese, you guys get it? Fine. There you go. And there you have it. Game number 1 for Ali. Let's see. Just double checking something here. At least 3M isn't as risky as Expo. Yeah, fair. Let's go through Diego's mind when he chose that deck. I'm not sure. I can ask him why he picked that one. Very, very interesting choice in my opinion. Maybe he's just digging it. Let's see. Yeah, Ali had. Let's see. Ali coming up next. We'll be facing against Hasiel. Hasiel up next. I'm going to step away from casting for the first minute of this game. So, people were talking about, if you got a good matchup, you're talking about he's a genius. Yes and no, because there's some matchups that just don't have, that like, some decks that don't have consistently good matchups. Yeah, I see some people saying there's a connection problem. I detect no issues on my end. My internet is taking no hits. My stream connection is taking no hits. So it must be somewhere else downstream between me and you. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna step away for a second. But here we go, game number 2. And we are back, folks. And looks like Hasiel putting things back on Ali. Hasiel, of course, had a there's a great print on the cannon cart. Guys, if you are having difficulty, how's the stream on Twitch, those of you who are watching on Twitch right now? If you're watching on Twitch, let me know what the stream quality is, because people are having trouble on YouTube. But Twitch, if Twitch is working fine. It's pretty okay over on Twitch. So, if you are having difficulty with this stream on YouTube, you can switch over to twitch.tv/richslayton and watch it there. Pretty sure this is our first graveyard of the day. And yeah, Ali calling the well played on that one. Hasiel, great performance here. And no need to even use the ability. Oh, what a nice King Tower activation there. I think a bat gets on tower and puts us in poison range anyway. But a cheeky little King Tower activation from Ali there. There you go, Hasiel. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Yeah, Ali going out as I saw someone say, going out on a good note there. Bo Bruce with the Tribe love here in the chat. Sandbox up next for Tribe Gaming. And, you know, you talk about this matchup, you got two guys who are certainly deep in the hunt when it comes to our CRL leaderboards and trying to make it into CRL World Finals. On one side, you have Hasiel, who had a phenomenal performance. There we go. There's Hasiel. Put me on the screen. There you are. You made it. You made it on the screen. Well done. Hasiel on one side, currently second place overall on the leaderboard after a really nice run in our first monthly final, falling short against Mohamed Light, who ended up getting the golden ticket. $10,000 won so far on the year inside of CRL for Hasiel. His opponent, on the other side of things, currently fourth on the leaderboards after making it pretty deep to the top 4 overall on that bracket with 4K earned so far. So you have two of the current top leaders. And honestly, if you kind of have to take Mohamed off the leaderboards to a certain degree because, well, Mohamed Light won the first golden ticket. So there you have it. A nice aggressive play by Hasiel the moment he sees that E-Giant out. Kind of a late King Tower activation there, as Sandbox had to wait for the Elixir. We should see the Mortar or the Bomb Tower here. There you go. And is he playing Archers or Musketeer? He might just Ice Spirit Log, or not even Ice Spirit Log. He doesn't have to. He can just let this thing die off. And Goblin does not connect here. Sandbox going to start setting up into the weak side lane. Hasiel with a really good understanding of the interaction and not spending anything extra on that E-Giant when he had the Bomb Tower down. Again, keys here for Hasiel. Try not to give too much Musketeer into the lightning value. Make sure that that Musketeer and the Bomb Tower are split if they're both defending. For Sandbox, get a big old Golden Knight connection. The Ice Spirit, look at that. Look at that log Ice Spirit play. Very nice for Hasiel, who maintains his lead of a little over 400. And now you see that trying to prepare for a NATO pull was Hasiel. Gets the hog shot instead. But that's what the Goblins were about there. Was trying to hedge against another NATO pull to the middle. This time he can't do it. This is just pressure to make sure that the NATO's not involved. right? So that's a smart play as well. That wasn't even trying to get tower damage. If it did, great. That's a bonus. But the goal there was keep the NATO out of the push on the left. Oh, but the Phoenix escapes here. Hasiel in trouble. Oh, my word. Sandbox just ruining that tower. GG, well played. Sandbox puts the lead back in Tribe Gaming's corner. It can happen so quickly, folks. The speed at which a game of Clash Royale can just completely turn on its head. Give you a whiplash. So here we go. Hasiel super far ahead. You see he hogs here to keep the NATO out, but he goes back down. He goes down real low. And I guess he's trying to use the bomb there, but when this bird escapes, Hasiel's just got nothing there. Super, super low on elixir. So again, well, let's let this one play through here as Sandbox now waiting for his next opponent. So watch this. He hogs at 5. 5.5. Very, very low. The NATO pulls. The bomb tower comes out. The ability there, you know, you got to wonder if maybe the play was to let the Mighty Miner sit there and potentially tank for a Musketeer. And next up, one of the all-time ladder greats, the King of Balloon, Sandbox, trying to finish off this first set against Pompeyo, who just recently got his creator code. So drill spam for Pompeyo. And the deck that basically took like 8 places on ladder last season. Musketeer variant, though. The Dark Prince version is a little interesting here, rather than the Ghost version. Dark Prince a little better at catching the miners when they come in, because it obviously can catch them rather than have to react to them. And the shield just being annoying to deal with for both the Mighty Miner and the Log. And a cheeky little NATO play there. Ends up even pulling one Goblin off the tower as Sandbox goes Mortar opposite lane, picked up by the Dark Prince. Should get one more shot. And Sandbox going to play it loose and takes a hit. Plays it very, very loose there. Just a little risky. Magic Archer almost stepped out of the poison, not quite yet. So as we go into sudden death overtime, the lead for Sandbox holding. And a great connection there for Pompeyo. Pompeyo hasn't activated King Tower yet, and we are into sudden death. And it's not, he hasn't really had to, right? And that's the nice thing about this matchup for him, is that he has so many ways he can catch miners rather than activate King Tower. King Tower activation certainly would help, but it lets him do what you're seeing right here, which is use that NATO on offense. And that's GG. Very nicely played for Pompeyo. Good matchup. Very, very good matchup. Very well played. And that's a smart thing there, right? You see in that matchup, if you get an easy King Tower activation early in that one, go ahead. Go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it. But you saw over time that Pompeyo was looking at that going, I don't need to spend a King Tower activation on this NATO. I can just catch with troops and save that NATO for offensive output. And that's what he did. He did very well with it. So very nicely done. And wow. Now gonna have Pompeyo versus Betfas. So there we go. Pompeyo versus Betfas coming. Let's see. I got the chat here for a second. I think that was Dust Eye TV talking about one of the older pushes. Hi, Rich. Quick update from previous games. Just joined. I don't want to do too many spoilers. Well, I'll talk about at the end so people can leave if they don't want to get spoilers. And they can go watch. Hey, Ghost Gemini. You know, I think I saw a super chat earlier today, too, that I didn't get a chance to acknowledge. Very sorry about that. It's been a little bit busy today. And here we go. Pompeyo versus Betfas. I'm a little tired today. Saw a little 4-hour, or what is it, 3-hour stream going? 4-hour stream? Almost 4-hour stream. Here we go. Betfas is an interesting person in this competition because he's gotten a whole lot better at the game overall in the last year and a half or so. He's certainly been improving, and I think has a real shot at making a mark this year in CRL. Currently ranked 33rd, and known primarily as an Expo guy on his YouTube. I don't know if I see Betfas winning a golden ticket, but he could have 1 or 2 solid performances and get himself high enough in the points to qualify. It's just so hard to make World Finals this year. It's so crazy hard. Nice little King Tower activation there for Betfas. Needs to control this flying machine. Abdullah Abrams with the craziest thing a person has said in any chat ever. E-Dragon should change as much as an E-Spirit is bananas. That would be so broken. That'd be so crazy broken. So Pompeyo definitely happy about the Zappies versus the Monk. Betfas gonna have to play high against the flying machines. What's the spell situation for Betfas here? There you go. Answer given. You know, what I really like about the Monk compared to the other champions is that the Monk has 3 things that he does. He reflects, he protects, and he knocks back. I like that he has those layers to him. Now, you know, you can talk about the balance side of things all you want, but it's interesting that he has layers to him. There's multiple different things the Monk can do that are good. Oh, look at these goblins on the left-hand side, too. The RG damage on the right, the goblins on the left. Pompeyo in a world of hurt right now. But plenty on the board. This is a lot to deal with for Pompeyo. Handles it, but gives up the lead. Now, almost 90 seconds left. But that's what's really cool about the Monk, is that those multiple different things he does. You know, you talk about champion design as time goes forward. Again, balance notwithstanding. Champions having different things that they do, kind of playing multiple roles. I think that's a compelling item. RG, will it get pulled enough far away to retarget? No, it will not. And that we should get one more. No, we don't. Zappies do their job. Now Pigs in for Pompeyo on the right. Fireball cleans up the Pigs. Pompeyo has just taken control of this game. And as we enter triple elixir, it's looking more like it's going to be Chivas Esports taking our first set than Tribe Gaming. And nothing there for Betfas. I mean Tribe Gaming. I was all twisted around. Betfas in control. I'm very tired, folks. Betfas in control. My word. I was completely flip-flopped. Monk and Phoenix has similar powers. Damaging and knocking back. True. Absolutely true. That is one of the interesting things about the Phoenix as a legendary card. Betfas, well played. Yeah, I was all switched around. I don't know if you guys noticed, I have a 6-week-old baby, and I'm very tired. But here we go. Yeah, that Fisherman did nothing. Set number 1 for Tribe Gaming. Tribe up 1. And is Anaban going to be playing? I don't know. We'll see this. We'll see the sets, the lineups here for our next one in a minute. Congrats on the new baby. Thank you very much. Yeah, 6 weeks old. And you know, you have a new baby. That's exhausting. But I also have to take care of the older kid as well at the same time. They don't tell you that. They do. It's exhausting. We'll get through it though. We'll get to the baby will be a baby for a short time, and then a whole new fun set of stuff. Let's see. I feel like an interesting idea would be a card that changes between land and air. That's interesting. You know, we have some land-air interactions, right? The skeleton barrel is in the air and then drops to the land. The Phoenix drops its egg that affects the land, right? So we have some land-to-air interplay. Let's see. We're getting lineups here for our next set. Chivas Esports, Anaban, Hasiel, Ardentoas, and Tribe Gaming, Sandbox, Wallace, Betfas. So there we go. There's our lineups. How many more games left? This is the second to last set. This could be the last set if Tribe wins. Otherwise, we will go to a third and final. Let's see. Do we have a 100K celebration party? Maybe. Are my kids going to be playing CR? I hope my kids don't have a phone until they're 25. Although my oldest does like watching me play every once in a while. Mostly if like we're waiting at the doctor's office or something. We'll see what happens. Anaban without snipe, we'll see. Let's see. Well, Morten's ability to have control over the card. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. So I think that's one of the things about champion design going forward. Abilities are very cool. Layers are more compelling, right? I think that's the interest. That's the question. Is how can you layer cards? And I think that's what makes the Monk very cool. How old is my oldest? My oldest is 4.5 years old. Dusty saying, I'd like to see a troop on the ground that when it defeated would spawn their ghost or spirit, become the air troop with less health. Interesting. Like a reverse Phoenix. Here we go. Set number 1. Anaban versus Sandbox, game 1. You know, we talked a lot about where people are in the CRL hunt, and Anaban currently ranked 41st. So despite what might say the nerf of not having ladder count for points this year, as it did in 2021, and helped Anaban qualify for Worlds, Anaban still in the hunt early at 41st. And it's Anaban going Sparky. Little separation being done here by the fisherman. Very nicely played there by Sandbox. Fishboy follows, which he probably didn't want as much, would have liked it to keep pulling, but it's okay. Sandbox gonna have to eat this on the left-hand side, though. And smart play there by Anaban to recognize when to go to 0. But still, damage pretty even. And one flying machine shot will take the lead back to Sandbox, 1568 to 1701. It is Anaban with the more significant dual lane pressure, though. Sandbox goes Mother Witch opposite lane here. So expect to see Giant Skeleton high again in the same attempt at separation. And there goes the Giant Skeleton high, Lightning low, and this is just trying to stop everything right in its tracks here. The Mother Witch so nice against the Sparky, and of course Zappy's obvious. But the Mother Witch spawning those pigs, creating targets that the Zappy has to focus on. Or the Sparky has to focus on and not hit the tower. Or more important, troops. And forces Zappies a little bit early here because of the Phoenix. Sandbox is going to pressure opposite lane. Pressure opposite lane heavy. I thought he might just go with the Ghost there to put a little squeeze and force a response. Instead, he drops a Giant Skeleton as well. Now this is interesting. This gets really squirrely here. That Sparky might hit. That Sparky's gonna hit. Wow. Anaban hits. GG, well played. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go ahead and queue up a little replay there as we can talk through the end of that action. So here we go. You can see the pressure, and this Ghost, the double down from Sandbox. The double down from Sandbox is interesting here. I liked the pressure. I liked the high Ghost taking off the troop and then pressuring. But then you go with the troop you've been using to control high, and he has nothing left to control there, right? So he plays Zappy's low, the Lightning comes in, and there's just no way to control the Sparky anymore. I think we've seen, is that our second Sparky on the day? And did Sparky win the first time? That's the other question here. Did Sparky win the first time? Wait, why doesn't ladder count? Doesn't the top 1,000? Yeah, but so in CRL 2021, you got leaderboard points from ladder. In the CRL 2023, you only get to qualify for the Swiss round from ladder. So Anaban in 2021 got a lot of points from high ladder finishes. He didn't do very well in the Swiss and group stages and stuff like that, but he kept on doing so well in ladder because he's a ladder guy, and he made it to World Finals based almost exclusively on his ladder position, on his ladder play. That's going to be not available to him this year. Miles saying Lava Hound should have death damage when it pops. interesting. Anaban MK wall breakers. Of course, Judith forever. Of course, PUIGINS won. What else would they do? Wallace has been with Tribe Gaming for a little while now, after the end of his time as part of Pain Gaming. And you talk about Wallace as a CRL player. Pain Gaming, his run into World Finals, absolutely tremendous what he did there. Single-handedly taking down Nova Esports in that competition. Wallbreaker to the right here. Will it connect? Does eat that wallbreaker shot. And then making top 16 at World Finals in 2021. And then 2022 was interesting for Wallace, right? Because the golden ticket thing, he went decently far in a couple golden ticket competitions. But of course, only one golden ticket winner per event, right? And you didn't get points for any of those. And then came the qualifying tournament, the 2021 qualifying tournament, or 2022 qualifying tournament, and just had some unfortunate circumstances that prevented him from making World Finals last year. Right now, Wallace currently 14th on the leaderboards after going, I think, 4-2 at in the group stage. So keep an eye on Wallace. A little minor bats play to the right. Hunter will clean up the bats. Fishboy pulls the minor. Wallace playing very slow here. Just trying not to get, and that's the smart thing too, right? Just trying not to overspend against this deck. This MK Prince deck, and here you go, Graveyard in, with a really nice bit of tankage. Does he have Snowball? Yes, he does. Bat's gone, and Giant Skeleton on the tower. GG, well played. Wallace put that one in the books. Wallace was just biding his time, waiting for the right moment, and doing the most important thing there, which was not getting caught spending too much too early. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay from that one. So you see here, Wallace not playing Graveyard at all for the first 3 minutes. Just really trying to keep this slow and clean as much as humanly possible. And then now, you can see how low Anaban is. He has the right cards in cycle, so he goes, now's the time. And once that snowball came in, it was over. Because Anaban knew, even if he distracted even if he was able to kite the giant skeleton away, the tower was going down from the graveyard anyway. And Koth, can you repeat a deck? In this variation of King of the Hill, yes. It would be cool to have King of the Hill with King of the Hill dual style. I would really like that. Dust Eye saying, why does no one use P.E.K.K.A in the leagues? Because P.E.K.K.A's really not good right now. The meta is very anti-P.E.K.K.A. It would be very cool, though. I would have liked this format with dual rules, right? And it's hard, like when you do dual for a 5-game set rather than a 3-game set, you can use the Royale Masters format, where if you win with a deck, you cannot play with those cards anymore. And that works. That would work for King of the Hill. And I would have liked to see that, right? So regular duels, when you play a deck, it's gone. The Royale Masters version they came out with in the past was if you win with the deck, it's gone, right? So that actually would work for a BO5 or for a King of the Hill. Constantino saying, what are you saying, bro? Pekka Bridgestone is one of the top decks in UC according to API. It's used a lot. It's not really good. And it's definitely not good in competitive. The meta is very anti-Pekka Bridge spam. People just keep playing it. Like, 2.6 is still used a lot, and 2.6 is a terrible deck now. 3.0 Expo is still used a lot. 3.0 Expo is not a good deck right now. Doesn't mean someone can't win with it. Doesn't mean a great player can't beat most people with that deck. But Pekka Bridge Spam, 3.0 Expo, 2.6 Hog Rider, none of those are good decks right now. Wall breakers into the left. I think that one might get it. Nope, stopped by the Goblins. It's a little early. That poison, not it. This RG, I think, is going to get one shot. And it does. Hasiel's really focused on offensive output right now. And again, Hasiel's a world-class player, and I'm a guy who talks. But it's just it's an interesting question of, right, because he's really trying to get wall breaker connections here. He might get this one. No, Fireball comes out. That's good pressure, though. That's really good pressure, though. Wall breaker's primarily a pressure card. And just cycling about 1,000 miners right now. It does kind of feel like Hasiel maybe... I mean, I guess now that he's gotten the elixir shift, he's not as worried about the defense part of the game as much. But now elixir back lead back to Wallace. And that connection, pretty big. Triple elixir on its way. Wallace finally gets RG back on the board again after being forced to focus entirely on defense for a while. He's also really happy to have that poison go to that side. And just any damage he can keep off of his left-hand tower right now is a win. Wallace in a fireball here, misses the archers. Misses the archers, gets the reflection. $30 seconds left. What does Wallace do about this bomb tower? Fishboy trying to sneak through. Fireball plus Fisherman should be enough to get the RG on tower. It's going to get one. Can it get two? It really needs to. Gets two. 654. Huge play there. 13 seconds left. Minor Poison can do more faster here than Wallace can. And the Miner gets on tower. Fireball in. Log 447, 448, 459. Oh, there you have it, Hasiel. Just squeaks on by. 74 HP. Everyone is counting those ticks there at the end. And let's take a look at that replay. So this Royal Giant is the one that makes it into a match. Gets one and gets two. For a moment, Wallace has the lead. But again, the poison, the log, this miner's going to come in. Wall breakers don't hit. They would have been it. But if that miner had turned, right? So, oh, look at this. Just the tick, tick, boom. Just as pretty much as late as it can go. That fireball miss. Did it hit the? Did it get the tower though? I think it got the tower, but not the archer. So it did get nothing. Here we go. Betfas versus Hasiel. Chivas now could take control here. That was a squeaker. I would like King of the Hill. I personally am a believer that competition should have some deck restrictions, right? So I would like it if King of the Hill was either done in the Masters duel mode or if they played with bans. If each team blind banned a card. Because then you're trying to make a ban that either bans around your deck plan or bans around their deck plans. Supercell has not liked bans. They took them out of the game for everything but 2v2 a long time ago in 2019. But I would have liked, I think King of the Hill benefits, I think that the game in general benefits from some restrictions. Hasiel plays the Fisherman there. You know, it's one of those questions is, if that Fisherman's only job is to stop like an extra minor shot, is that the fish boy you want? Gets a Skeleton King in front of it. And decent damage there for Hasiel. Betfas holding onto the lead. And I'm not sure about what the goal of that minor play was. Why do you play that minor on Betfas' side? The Giant Skeleton's going to take almost no damage. The Giant Skeleton was already way up there. It was like a momentary loss of focus. I don't think he played it before the Giant Skeleton was out. So here we go, into double Elixir. Elixir lead way up right now for Hasiel. The problem is, how does he turn that into damage against this poison deck? And that's where you need to be layering the Graveyard and the Skeleton King, right? You have to make Betfas make choices if you're Hasiel. Do you stop the Skeleton King's ability pop, or do you stop the Graveyard? I think Hasiel has to ignore this minor, and he does. He does ignore the minor, and so now what? Lots of zappy damage on the right, forces the bomb tower out, and there you go, right? So really great call. Didn't even need the Graveyard in that one. And Hasiel, King Tower activation play, the Giant Skeleton ruins the activation though. Graveyard in. And not able to get the ability off for the Skeleton King. 13:04 to 12:34 though, final 30 seconds. And Fisherman does pull the minor off, snowball in. That should do some damage. That should do some serious damage. Some major damage. Hasiel needs minor and poison, probably NATO too. And gets it done. Betfas gets it done. And here we go. Game number 3 here, or game number 5. Tribe has a chance to close out. Chivas could send us to another set number 3. Game 5 twice in a row. You'll love to see it. You love to see it. And the final player on Chivas Esports, I believe, is... who's their final in this set? Chat glitch. Well, we'll find out in a minute. Oh, Mark Swanson trying to come in and talk some mess when he knows that the Longhorns, who exposed Kansas, are going to come out and make it to the Elite Eight tonight. Fair enough. It's Ardentoas. Ah, that's right, Arden. Sir, yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I have not. I believe he is allowed. So here we go. Does Betfas close it out for Tribe? Or do we keep going? Nothing happened to Mo Judith. He won the first golden ticket. What I don't know is if golden ticket players are allowed to keep playing. I believe the golden ticket players are allowed to continue competing. So here we go. Oof. You know, I gotta tell you, I'm hungry for lunch. It's 3 in the afternoon here. I have not had lunch. So I'm kind of pulling for Betfas to end this so I can get lunch. And you're not going to beat Minor Poison with 3-card tech onto the game. Yeah, most of the time not. What are the top 2 genres in the meta currently? Well, I mean, like, minor control variations, right? Either the Golden Knight NATO version with Bomb Tower or the Mortar Mighty Miner version. That's really like the dominant thing overall in the game, by far. Ardentoas better get in here to accept this game. What's on the menu? Not entirely sure. We're having pizza tonight. My brother-in-law makes his own pizza, so we're going there for dinner tonight. That'll be fun. What if he wins another ticket? They'll get to go to the second place person. Whoa, how close are we to 100K? Oh, here we go. Betfas versus Arden. Let's hit it. We're at 98,531. Let's go. Under 1,500 from 100,000. That's super crazy. If you want to participate in CRL competitive, the link is in the chat right now. esports.clashroyale.com for all your information about both CRL and community events. And probably a mirror match here. They're probably both playing minor control. Ooh, never mind. Arden probably playing E-Giant. Well, this E-Giant should have difficulty getting through. And Betfas playing skeletons rather than the goblins is good for him. Going to make it harder for Arden to do any great Golden Knight connections. So this might be Tribe Gaming taking it right here in set number 2. Very smart call on Betfas to go skeletons rather than goblins. That's a nice connection, though. And a almost King Tower activation out of it. I will say this. The Phoenix is one of the coolest looking cards in the game. The animation for it is very pretty. Aesthetically pleasing, if you will. It's a nice bit of lightning work here. Betfas has to control the Golden Knight on the right-hand side, so if he's forced to spend a defensive miner, and the Phoenix escapes on the left. A big Phoenix is... Oh, that's a lot of Phoenix damage. Unbelievable. Trouble for Betfas. Right here in River City. With a capital T and that rhymes for P and that stands for pool. That is a reference from the 1950s, I think? Outdated even for me. Here we go. Sudden death overtime. Arden sets up cannon. That's going to be a Golden Knight on tower. What a Golden Knight dash. And there's the King Tower activation. That was bananas. That Golden Knight ran a marathon. Arden needs one more legitimate connection to feel safe against this minor poison deck. I don't know how he gets it, though. Lightning in. He Golden Knight NATO over here. Little lane switch out of Betfas. Smart lane switch. That saved him a few hundred HP on that left-hand side. That might be the difference. $11.57 to $12.65. Betfas now in the lead. Second E-Giant down, though, with that high bomb tower and a Golden Knight that dashes across to work against this. Betfas NATOs everything back, needs another bomb tower to pull, and that's out of the range of the lightning. But that E-Giant's still going. NATOs again. Lightning in, 23 seconds left. That E-Giant won't quit. E-Giant just won't quit. Miner will take the lead. No, won't take the lead. Poison in. Lightning cycle. Miner needs to get damage here. The archers predict, and Ardentoas. Woo-wee! He says we're not done. I guess we're not done. He says it ain't over. I guess it ain't over. Here we go, folks. He's saying, Rich, no lunch for you. Fine, I'll have dinner instead. Jeez. I'm out of water, too. Never mind, just spilled water all over myself. Not out of water, just very close. Looking at the ending here. The bird did it. Let's let that one play through one more time as we wait for these teams to nominate their champions, their heroes for the final set. So here we go. And this E-Giant just wouldn't stop. It just wouldn't stop. The miner goes into the outside, and the barb barrel does just enough. The barb barrel does just enough, gets on the good side. That miner needed to go. That miner went to the back, got picked up. Just a couple little pieces. Just a couple little pieces. Let's see. Let's go to the chat here for a minute as we wait for our final set. It's going to be Arden versus Wallace for an in-game duel. Arden versus Wallace. And you are correct. It is a reference to the Music Man from the song Trouble. There you go. Well played. GG well played on that reference pickup. How cool would the Phoenix breathe fire? I'm into it. Let's see. Other things from the chats here. No way Arden wins this. Yeah, but he did. Who says bananas? Me. Isn't it obvious? I say it. Arden's not. Yeah, Arden's anti-lunch. One of the best games I've seen. Nice. Well, Let's see. Here we go. Boy, use code RICH. I agree. Here we go. Wallace versus Arden. It's the end of the day. This is it. So close to 100K. Yes, sir. Have you seen the show Suits? Yeah, I watched like the first 5 seasons, maybe 6 seasons. Probably the best match I've seen in a cup, says Graciela. I feel you. It was fun. Mugi when? He already played. He'll play again tomorrow. Remember, everybody, we are back again tomorrow, same time, for day 2 of the Queso Cup Teams Edition for 2023. We're doing this today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Then we're here at GKR on Tuesday and on Monday, Tuesday. I'm taking a day off from my channel to go cast for Royale Masters on Wednesday, which you can play in. Information at esports.clashroyale.com. If you want to try to play your way in, open to you. And then, of course, back for Queso Cup for 4 days, starting Thursday of next week. So you get 10 days of Rich Slate in a row. Need to watch Silicon Valley. Already did. Really funny. Middle out progression. Hilarious. Same time tomorrow. Yes, that's 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific. What is this? Wallace has the game up. Ard just has not accepted. Is this going to be a forfeit? Where is Arden? This is crazy. That's a warning. Arden has not accepted. Aguanten. What does that even mean? Here we go. Now we're in. Whew. Here we go. In-game duels, folks. I do play a lot of Clash myself. Right now, I am mostly playing Hog, Mortar, Mighty Miner. A little Archer's split here for Arden. So it looks like Hog for Wallace. I think Hog is Wallace. It's other than the fact that I play Ice Spirit rather than Fire Spirit, and I play Archers rather than Musketeer. Wallace playing a deck that looks a lot like the one that I've been playing, the Hog deck I've been playing this season. Solid log here. Really solid log out of Arden. That's a nice EQ there, because it's going to force some annoying decisions, and I think that does go to tower. I think the Archers were a half step late. Yes, they were. Nice shot there from Wallace. He should have log. No, he has Fire Spirit, then log. Very nice sequence from Wallace to take the lead back. Only 27 HP difference now, though, as we're past the midway point of regulation. And Wallace just playing pure Mortar right now. Good pick from Wallace for the minor catch. And he's getting these locks. He's getting these locks a lot. Just the single mortar shot here, single mortar shot there. And the Hog won't touch. And now it's Arden with a chance for a counterplay. Doesn't get the Fire Spirit. That would have been game-changing either way. Still has a 400-point lead. Arden with 815 on Wallace's bottom right-hand tower to the 2070. So now, never mind, that touch changes things. And again, did the archers get there? They did. Miner, though, picks up the mortar aggro, keeps it off tower. This hog could get away and get one. Bomb tower hits a little bit late there. Hog does get one, though. And that's a connection. That's a double connection. And using the double tanks there is Arden, right? Using the Miner and the Mighty Miner both to do tank work. And that's going to be a GG game 1. All right, so Mighty Miner out on both sides. Wallace still has Miner. EQ gone for Wallace, though. Poison gone. Poison and Archers both gone. I don't think Wallace prepped Graveyard here. But with Poison and Archers and Goblins all gone, it does open up a Graveyard possibility. You just don't really play. You don't really prep a lot of Graveyard in these dual deck sets right now. Probably drill both ways. And Arden misses the King Tower activation. Oh my word, come on. That's too much. And not going to be drill for Wallace. Here come the pigs. Pigs all over tower, and Wallace just can't believe it. I mean, Arden just can't believe it. And that ended it. And I respect Arden not quitting here. Now he waves the white flag. All right. So here we go. Throw down some pigs. Doesn't need them. GG, well played. Here we go, game 3. Here we go, game 3. Which direction will Arden? Will Arden go hog in game 3? Doesn't look like it. Did the music just randomly stop? Wasn't there music? You notice the music just randomly stopped? That was crazy. All right. RG for Arden. And Wallace going to go ahead and play some minor control. That Golden Knight was a pinball machine. Mother Witch going to be interesting here. With the Skellies rather than the Goblins. And back to Golden Knight again. What happened? Where did the music go? Isn't that weird? A little NATO to clean up. I feel like we're at a party and someone just, like, unplugged the stereo. Record scratch. Bet you're wondering how I got here. And that Golden Knight connecting, and the Barb not even turning back. And the Golden Knight getting tanked for by the Skeletons. Arden has to say wow. Arden's like, what can I do, dude? And now the music's back. Party on, dudes. Winner of this game decides the winner of the match. Both teams guaranteed at least 1 point from their opening day match because it went to set number 3. But 2 points is better than 1, let me tell you. Does Wallace get to go to minor here? Is his poison this out? He does nothing. Not going to even play that lane. Doesn't need to. It's a good poison. Some good damage on that right-hand side, though. Now Wallace has some choices. He'll probably still play into the weak side. But would force. I think he's going to set up to the right, and then Arden's going to set up to the right and then go to the left. He might double down. He would love Wallace to be forced to play right lane. And that Golden Knight almost got the Fisherman too, but the Mother Witch is the more important target. There you go, right? So you see the RG to the right, RG to the left from Arden. The Skeleton King doing the big work here, though, the heavy lifting. RG hits, dual lane pressure for Wallace. we've already said RG doesn't beat minor poison in triple elixir, but we've also seen it happen. So hold your breath, folks. 42 seconds. And minor on defense here with both towers under 1,800. And the Fisherman in the middle is trying to do some control on the Golden Knight specifically. Bar barrel to the minor. RG might survive and get shots here. Second RG down. Arden needs to get the next bomb tower out. Can he, though? Needs to fireball. Try to get an RG shot on tower. Not going to do it. Wallace closes it out. Arden says, wow. That breakthrough was not going to happen. And there you go. There you go. Big win for Wallace. There you have it. And we should, let's see. Let me see. Will we get standings graphic now or later? Let me ask. So we can check out the stands and everything. Yeah. I don't have a scoreboard graphic. I'm asking them right now to see if we can get one. I know if they're planning on making one. I don't know if they're planning on making it right now or if they're planning on making it for to go on tomorrow's stream. So we'll see. We'll see in just a moment. Let's go take a look at a replay from that one, which is maybe the moment when Arden knew this one was all over. I saw some of you say that he was tilted the moment this happened inside that game. Let's go take a look at it. And so you see the defense there from Wallace. And now this is the minor pick on the left-hand, the minor push on the left-hand side. So shuts down those two different pieces. And then check out the minor. And the Golden Knight stays alive. Skeleton tanks for the Golden Knight, and Golden Knight gets shots. And that right there was basically it. Was basically all. That was what put it away and gave Tribe Gaming the win here over Chivas. So seeing if we're going to get a graphic here with these standings. I don't know if we are. But either way. Oh, we have one. Never mind. Let me go ahead and take my iPad off. Oh, but it doesn't. Well, there you go. There's the leaderboard, which you can't see because of the way. I know why it's not working, and it's because of something special they had us do. Let me see if I can turn off the filter. There we go. So there's your leaderboard, folks. PUIGINS currently in the lead. So you have PUIGINS and CALALAS both currently leading. Then we have Queso and Tribe Gaming right behind them. SK and Chivas both took the the 2-set loss or 3-set loss, whereas Hype Boys and Strangers both got swept. So there you have it. No surprises here. Will PUIGINS ever be out of the lead? Will that ever happen? I don't know. What I do know is it was a really nice performance by them. And yes, now we have it. I'll talk to them about that stuff later. Hey, everybody, this is a blast. We're doing it again tomorrow, and we're doing it again on Sunday. And then we're doing GKR on Monday, Tuesday. Then we're going to go back and do Royale Masters on their channel on Wednesday. Then we're back here for 4 more days of Queso Cup. So 10 days of me casting Clash Royale in a row. Can my throat survive? I honestly don't know. We'll find out. I'm going to be drinking tea, taking cough drops, doing a bunch of crazy stuff, trying to make this stuff happen. If you're on Twitch, hang out a minute. We're going to find someone to raid. If you're on YouTube, it's been an absolute blast. I love having y'all here. I'm excited for this big run of Clash Royale together. I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel. We're almost to 100,000 subs. It's going to be cool when we get there. And turn on your notifications so that we see you. You don't miss any of this tomorrow. It's going to be crazy as we get into it. That's it. All right. As always, be excellent to each other. Peace. All right, Twitch, hold on. Hang out, Twitch. And I'll end the YouTube stream. Boom. YouTube